morning, my friends. I hope everybody's doing well. Oh, there you are. Okay. It's like, where's Clever? Um, what's up, guys? It's good to see you guys. I hope everybody's doing good. Um, yeah, man. So round two of The Cross of Jen McCabe by Alan Jackson. Uh last well, let's say what was it, Wednesday? Um Wednesday was kind of tough for Alan Jackson, but I mean, the thing is like, unless the jury is rigged or completely stupid, they know that Karen Reed, or not Karen Reed, that Jen McCabe, I'm sorry, I just did the same thing Bev did, that they know that Jen McCabe has been lying the whole time she's been sitting on that stand. They know that that she lied on the statement. They know that she lied in the grand jury testimony. They know that she lied in the last trial, and now they know she's lying now. Now they can't believe anything she's saying. But it must have been so frustrating for Jackson to just like be stonewalled like that, and put on this act. Because I got to tell you, that's the worst shit in the world. That's like a form of abuse right there, because it's kind of like gaslighting. It's not exactly gaslighting. I think that word gets misused to describe this, but it's like, I remember I was with this girl who was just fucking abusive, man. Just mean all the time, shitty, mean. And whenever we would, and I was stupid, like she was really good at manipulating me. And so like, whenever like we would be around, like she would just be shitty and all the time in private, but then like around family and friends and shit, she would be the sweetest, nicest person in the world. Just super, oh, hi, blah blah blah. But you guys know me by now, and you know I'm the kind of guy that just like, I say what I mean. I say what's on my mind, and I'm the kind of guy that's just like, dude, what is this shit? You know? So I would call it out, and then friends and family. It's like that scene in The Cable Guy, bro. Remember that scene in The Cable Guy where fucking Jim Carrey is hanging around? They're playing fucking like Pictionary or some shit, password. They're like dirty word password or whatever, right? With the family, and Matthew Broderick's freaking out, like, dude, fucking fooling every single one of you people, dude. You know what I mean? Like, fuck. And he's just winning everybody over with his fucking charm. And you just got to sit there and take it, like, and then when you say something, you come off like the aggressor. That's what happened to Alan Jackson on Wednesday. That is totally what happened to Alan Jackson. She was sitting there going, I'm just a soccer mom, just a soccer mom doing the best I can, jury. We're just a bunch of soccer moms. And Jackson's like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, and then the jury sees that shit, and they're like, look at this Hollywood shitbag lawyer who fucking feels entitled to everything, and so he could just badger anybody he wants while they're on the stand just to get his client off. Like, that's terrible. And I feel like that was the mindset that Jackson was in when Bev was like, all right, I'm putting a stop to this. And he was like, dude, Your Honor, I can't let it end like this. Like, I felt that in my fucking soul, dude. I'm not even lying. I felt that shit in my soul. I was like, this fucking bitch. Unreal, dude. Unreal. All right, I should probably shut up and find court, right? Yeah, you think? All right, let's do that real quick. All right, there's no sound yet. Who do we got in the courtroom? Nathan, Kelly, Esty, Janet, and Bill, of course. And then, you know, some interns, people I don't know. Yeah, Paul's on a timeout. Paul's on a permanent timeout throughout the trial, it looks like. I mean, dude, you got to be able to control your shit, dude. I mean, I don't really know what happened, but like, it's kind of obvious. Like, I mean, I feel like it's a fair guess, right? That he acted a fucking fool. And the defense was like, this is fucking distracting, dude. Oh, James Jackson's in court. Word. Turbulence in the chat, people. JFK's in the house. Make sure to subscribe to JFK, dude. He's awesome. JFK show off. Search JFK show off on the interwebs. Rapper, musician, YouTuber extraordinaire. What's up, Liz Reed? Good morning. All strength positivity to our Alan today. We are grateful to have him. Yes, we are very grateful to have Alan Jackson. Man, like I am like so my heart is with Alan so much today. Like that shit going over Wednesdays after lunch cross, going over that yesterday, dude, like that shit was infuriating, bro. That shit was infuriating. I felt I felt what he was going through so much.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Donkey's Noggin, thank you so much. This trial is brought to you by Sidebar and White Claw. What's in your hand when it's sidebar? Thank you, Donkey's Noggin. I appreciate you so much. Wow. Yeah, so obviously there's some sidebar bullshit going on here. We don't even know what's going on. Here we go.
All right, let's bring the jurors in. And actually, I'll see you about scheduling while we're here. I forgot something.
And yeah, interesting stuff in development, my friends. Interesting stuff in development. Just so you know, conceptual phases still early, but it's happening.
I do. Thank you, Chrissy. So, did you see this? And then I'll take it back whenever. Tori. Don't worry. Thanks, Paul.
The fuck is going on, bro?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left 2 days ago?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday? No. Everyone said no or shook their head. So today is a full day. We will be recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:45. All right, Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe? All right, please. Whatever you want.
Please raise your right hand. I solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
All right, good morning. Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good
Let's
morning,
go.
Mr. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time
AJ's focused.
that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Sorry, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through
It's funny because
13 or so.
it's not a coincidence she's wearing blue every time that she testifies. I mean,
Actually,
come
went
on.
through 3.
But, you know, fuck the buffer zone and everything, Bev, right?
It's 782 going to 783. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing. And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, where are you? And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at the transcript I just read from.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Refresh your recollection.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jackson's got to find a way to piss her off, like really get under her skin, like make her mad.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, plot twist pending.
Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, what you said in June of
Thank you, Captain
2023
Skid Marks.
about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that. Yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there, period, correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer, at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I. So there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time.
Ask the question again.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there.
What do you mean now she's playing
Question,
stupid? She's been
so
playing
the dark
stupid.
SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2020.
That's what that
12:45.
says, correct.
Thank you. You've been asked
That's
about
what that says.
with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There, at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously.
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact I spoke with Karen Reed. Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her report?
I'd like to take a look at it. Yes, thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because
Okay.
it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
Thank you. Get the fuck out of here with your being nice. Nobody buys that shit. Oh my God. That's what I was saying yesterday, man. That's what I was saying yesterday. Like he Spanky
Mayor,
came to
approach.
play, bro.
Welcome.
Don't underestimate this guy. I'm trying to tell you
Ms.
people.
McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes,
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
yes,
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I
Did-
called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't, no one answered. Yes.
Okay. Then you spoke to the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
All right, come on up.
And it's important also to note, people, that I've never seen a trial. Like we're all aware of how involved Karen Reed is in her own defense, but it's fascinating to see it in trial because I've never seen a case where the defendant goes up for the sidebar to the bench. I've never seen that shit. Unless that person is representing themselves. But that's how involved, that's just a visual representation of how involved Karen is in her case, is that she attends every single sidebar, which is wild. Yeah, man. Like, it's so crazy to listen to her. Like, but the jury sees that shit too. Like, see, that's what I think. Like, if I'm in that war room and, you know, with my Cracker Jack law degree, if I'm in that war room, I'm strategizing around that, right? I'm strategizing around, I know that she's going to try to weasel out of every answer with a technicality. And then I'm going to try to figure out a way around that. I'm going to try to one up her in some way. I'm going to try to find some way to get around that. Because that's where she's stonewalling. Every time he says, you testified to this, she goes, that's what that says. She doesn't say, yeah, I testified to it. She says, that's what that says. Okay. I'm sorry. you know. So I would be strategizing around that in some way, shape, or form. Now, I couldn't tell you my Cracker Jack law degree only goes so far, but I could only tell you that I would definitely see that and be like, dude, this we've got to figure out a way to break through that wall. Dude, like, it's like being a kid. Your parents fucking accuse you of something that you did. Dude, Stonewall. Deny.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank
I
you.
didn't do it.
Ms. McCabe, you were
I didn't
also
do it.
asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone. I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty, correct? I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the
Sometimes
grand
taking-
jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we
The
talking?
day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things. So to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Wow.
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you.
I'm asking-
I don't remember this. I'm sorry. I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me.
This is a
and then I
contest of
can
wearing
review
each
it.
other down.
I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're
Right.
testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
Object.
All right, I'm-
Look,
Go
she
ahead
looked
and answer
right
that.
at him. She looked
Answering
right
the
at
questions
Brennan,
based
waiting
on
for him to
memory.
object.
Okay.
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed
And
by
given-
multiple police
and given
officers.
different
So
testimony
to
and
pinpoint
different
one
reports
conversation
every time.
is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Refresh your recollection and look at the
So Mr.
transcript.
Brennan, would you address?
Sure. 188, 189, thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Ms. McCabe. Would it refresh, I just have to do this for the record, would it refresh your recollection to look at the transcript?
I'll look at it, yes.
Yeah, this is a contest of wills. Jen McCabe says, okay, he's trying to wear me down. I'm going to wear him down. And I'm going to dance around every question with a question, act like I don't understand the question. It's slick. I mean, it's manipulative and evil as fuck. If I was ever convinced that Jen McCabe made that 2:27 a.m.
Okay.
search,
May I approach?
Yes.
it's now more than ever watching
Thank
this
you.
testimony. She is
Did that
completely
refresh your
full of shit.
recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning.
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty.
Oh, and Tom Beatty, I'm sorry.
Right.
Because she's not just
So,
lying,
in
she's
both of
being
those statements,
extremely
to Trooper Prince, when
manipulative.
you were asked
Her
about your
tactics are extremely
communications,
manipulative,
and at the grand
but
jury,
they're
by the way,
obvious.
at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report, like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always
You
going to
hear
be the
this
same.
shit?
If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is
What
always
are
the
you-
same.
No, it's
But the way
not.
the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific
Oh,
days.
you
I've
lying
been questioned many
cunt.
times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
You done?
You done?
Is that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
I'm going to allow that. Let's move.
Get her, Jackson.
I'm trying, Your Honor. When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning, at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beatty, correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty. Is that right?
Thank you, Liz.
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
Oh, shit.
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
Oh, fuck.
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview, Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
That doesn't
You
show up
actually
in the
spoke
call
to your
log
sister,
that I
Nicole,
have.
that morning?
I did not speak to my sister now.
You
So
are
that
a
38
liar.
second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But
You're
you
a
do acknowledge
liar.
that you made a phone call
We heard
at
you.
5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours. Correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned,
Dude,
it's
5:07.
days after.
They haven't
It
even
was a
gotten there
chaotic
yet.
morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later.
Why did you call your
Testified at the
sister
grand
at
jury
5:07?
months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious. And I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just use the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 Fairview.
No, not at all.
Wow. Wow. Oh my God, I hate this bitch so fucking much,
Later that
bro.
morning of January 29th. And by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct. Yeah.
Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
No, of course not.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did. Yes.
Thank you.
Day
Plaza.
before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up.
Yeah, not you've
we'll
been
go
drinking
together.
and I'll come
Correct?
get you.
No, that's incorrect.
No. You're a fucking liar.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come
Do
to my
you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or
I agree.
summary.
That's not my
Thank you,
question.
Tatiana.
I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mhm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house.
I object.
The objection is sustained, and I'm going to strike that.
You also told,
I'd like to be seen on.
Okay, we come to side questions.
Like, it's crazy because the manipulation that she's using, the manipulation tactic that she's using is the same manipulation tactic that the Commonwealth is using on the public. Like, think about it for a second, right? What's the Commonwealth doing? They're charging Karen Reed and trying her for the second time with even less evidence than the first time, when the first time they still had no evidence to prosecute her. So now they have even less evidence and they're prosecuting her. And they're trying to justify it to the public because they're the law. So, hey, that's what Jen's doing right now. Hey, I'm being manipulative right in front of your face. But there's nothing you can do about it. Because it's my word
Ms. McCabe, during
against
that same
hers.
interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she may have broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th? It's freshest in your mind.
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect. Objection.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day. Is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like.
Mm-hmm.
And you did so, correct?
Bro,
Could I see the report?
look at
All
that
I'm
shit,
asking
bro.
right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you
Y'all
need
see
it, I'll
this
give it
shit?
to you. I'm asking about your memory. Ms. McCabe, did you tell him about what the
Breakfast
taillight looked
champion.
like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is, we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description to take a look at his notes?
So ask it differently, that's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to today,
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do
There you
remember
go,
saying
AJ.
it
Get
had
her.
a crack, or she saw a crack?
There you
in
go.
it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Wow.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection?
All
to
day.
look at a copy of his notes?
All
Would you
day.
just tell
You're
us?
not wearing
No,
me
it wouldn't.
down.
Okay.
Like, AJ's confident now that the jury
As you sit here
sees.
today, are you
He's like,
telling
let
this
her
jury
dance around this.
that you
this shit.
deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked
Fuck
me
yeah,
multiple
AJ,
times
get her.
different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was
Okay,
one
thank
way.
you.
Mhm.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No,
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
no,
Did you and your family use a group chat? You and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister,
Mhm.
Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, AJ is absolutely brilliant. What he did just now was he took her overconfidence
I have a 2-page document.
and he
that I'd like to
showed
have
the
marked
jury.
right now.
Right?
Asked to approach.
Sure.
Like he just stripped her naked in front of the jury.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan what it was?
Mr. Brennan, I failed to show you.
It's okay.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a, looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes. Yes, I think it's mine.
Oh, sure.
The case for identification.
Yeah, like if she's on Xannies, like she took just the right amount.
Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just
I-
took the document away from you. I apologize.
It's okay. I didn't know.
May I approach?
Do you have an extra copy so she has one and you have
I'll
one,
just leave
Mr.
that one.
Jackson?
I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 12922.
Okay. Is that a chat
That's
just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that including others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister, Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text,
I do, yes.
and you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Thank you, Pompeii Princess.
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
If I could review it briefly.
Sure. Why don't I see you at sidebar for a minute about this?
Wild, bro. Yeah, man. Yo. Shit is. Yo. I'm not even trying to lie. This shit is lit. It's like a Greek yogurt fruit bowl, bro, with like oats and chai and like granola. So I got it from this place yesterday. It was like it was almost like a food truck thing, but they only do these. Like it's a business that does these things, and it's only local. And like I can't say the name because I don't want to dox where I live. So y'all are fucked. This is all mine. Y'all can kiss my ass. It's so good though. I'm not even trying to lie. It's like eating a big ass dessert with no guilt. So while we're waiting, make sure, guys, to check out check out Justice Serve TV. Michael Bryant, Linda Bodden. They're amazing. Let me see here. There we go. Here, I'm dropping the link in chat. Stop what you're doing right now. Go hit the reminder on this. Make sure you get the reminder. on the link I just dropped. Make sure to give it a like. I will be there at 6 p.m. tonight. And I really like this channel a lot. I like Michael and Linda a lot. Michael Bryant, my first impression of him was one of the best first impressions I ever had, if I'm being completely honest. K-Mac, thank you. Oh, for a quick song and dance, you got it.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare you.
Thank you, K-Mac. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, Michael is a really good dude. First time I met him, it was a motions hearing for Karen, and I was in Boston. And I didn't get to attend court that day. But and Nan was there too. And we met up at the courthouse. We did get to go the next day, but that day we just wanted to hang out with the boots on the ground folks. And we went inside, and the cool thing is like you guys, I can't express enough how important what Dina does is. Dina is super, super dope. This Dina right here. Because she has a great relationship with Trooper Hardman. And they have such a good rapport with law enforcement there because they want to be respectful. They don't want to cause any trouble. And so these folks have managed to be able to get them to let them watch the trial, like when it's cold, because it was really cold, and to watch the trial or to watch the hearings at the Registry of Deeds in the basement. And so when I went down there to watch it with them, Michael Bryant was recording, and Dina was basically speaking for everyone there, and just really, really brought it home. She was really, really insightful and passionate, and it was really cool. Yeah, and Michael was impressed, you could tell, and he after people made their rounds and spoke to him, he was like, this is great, I'm not going to edit this at all. Michael Bryant has a history with he was with Law and Crime before, he was with Court TV before, he's also an attorney. And then you have Linda Bodden. Linda Bodden is an incredibly experienced. I mean, when it comes to true crime, like high profile true crime cases, it's crazy that they don't have more subscribers, because there's nobody with more reliable insight than Linda Bodden, in my opinion. Linda Bodden is, I mean, she worked on, and a lot of people don't like this, but she worked on Casey Anthony's defense team. I mean, she was on Phil Spector's defense team. I mean, she's like badass. So like, you're not going to get better high profile defense attorney insight than Linda Bodden on YouTube. That's just not going to happen. So, well, I mean, here's the thing, guys. Defense attorneys, you know, like that's their job to defend. It's their job to defend defendants, man. You know, like even the guilty, it's their job to defend them. It's important that our rights are maintained and fought for, even when you break the law. Norman Corey, thank you so much. If Webster's had a picture of a cunt, it would be Jen McCabe. Great job. Well, thank you, Norman. Appreciate it. Yeah, we don't get to sit here and whine about Karen Reed not getting a fair trial and act like, you know, it's okay to burn Casey Anthony at the stake. You know what I mean? Let's be grown-ups here.
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed,
so, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him, I probably should have, but before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here, Ms. McCabe, when she sent those messages. All right, so now that's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask that the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, is there a way to, there we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
What is this?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? We'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe,
Is there
does this
any way?
appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at? It's just been marked for evidence.
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes,
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
yes,
Is that your phone number?
yes,
Do you see just beneath it, it says to, and there's a line that says Coco?
yes,
Is that your sister?
yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes,
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes,
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
sure. Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What
Yes.
time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant, had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please. Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please. What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 in 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister. And this is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM, or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document. Eight pages in total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148. You got a copy. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at sidebar.
It is, Your Honor.
Bro, lady. Are you serious right now? Still? No?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I stand at the witness stand for just a second?
Thank you. Don't have a separate copy for Ms.
I-
McCabe?
I do. I'm going to hand you this one and ask that this be marked. Just a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian, sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You can just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
Ignore
February
the top
1st,
one.
yeah.
The top one has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked
Say, for identification or in evidence?
into evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Brown?
Please.
Yes, that concludes. Number 48.
Oh, can I?
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to using the fake statement.
With the court's permission to publish, please?
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Will, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my husband.
And if you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon,
Noon. Yes.
just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text.
Oh, thanks, Vivian. Appreciate
Is
that.
this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is
Mhm.
D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Mediocre
in
sub
Canton?
shop.
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton,
Yes.
directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street
D&E
from
is
Waterfall.
a
Sorry,
front
CF McCarthy's,
for
yeah.
Thank you.
my
Across the street from
brother-in-law's
Waterfall,
Coke business.
Directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
Thank you for that context.
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
Wow.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John
Yeah.
never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the beginning of
guy.
that sentence is tell
friend.
them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt,
suggesting.
I think we're all looking to find out what happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell him that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's ONG, but
Yeah.
it meant to be OMG, correct?
Yes. Yeah. I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom one more time?
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole?
Yes.
And she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who's
Just
this text
read
from
it.
and who's it
Just
to?
read it, bitch.
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Kerry
Who's Carrie?
Roberts.
What phone are you
What
referring
are you
to?
fucking grinning
mine.
about?
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him?
This shit hits
that you're
different
referring
after
to
Kerry
in
Roberts
this
crossed,
text?
doesn't it?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Oh, I
Yes.
can't wait
then
till
you
he
follow
starts
up with
questioning
what?
her about this.
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Wow.
She.
Holy
I'm
shit.
assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Woo!
Next text, please.
What I fucking tell you? What I fucking
Who's
tell
this from and
you?
who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text about.
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text, please.
Holy fuck. Wow, dude. I didn't
Who's
even
this
know
from?
about
Who's it
that
to?
text.
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry. To me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt. Me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, correct?
She was
Earlier in the day.
yeah. Earlier in the day, he had called me, and then Kerry had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handing her the phone.
Yes.
And later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home. I'm
No,
sorry, not Michael
sorry.
Proctor, Massachusetts State Police.
came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote, you listening to the group, correct?
Yes,
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter. There
So
was-
of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt McCabe.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream
You are
that the
so
police
fucked.
had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie
Carrie
Roberts
Roberts.
having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Wow.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please.
Fucking liar. You said you
And
weren't
who's this
there for
from
the
and who's
interview.
it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I
in this
wrote,
text?
she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yeah, you overzealous bitch.
Also indicating that you
Got your
were listening
ass.
to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, it was,
Oh, I gotta hear
I
this.
meant it in the, not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay,
So you lied.
next text, please.
Got it. Again. Got it.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says.
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
Indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept was, as he said, she could write a book. So he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please. That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page? that you
Yes,
got?
it is.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
these text messages were on a private chat both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking anymore of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
And move for an instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely. Disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Listen, bro. Last night I watched this documentary about Led Zeppelin. It wasn't great, but amazing live performances, right? Called Becoming Led Zeppelin. I grew up a big Zeppelin fan. Now, the thing is when Zeppelin came out, they came out with such authority. It was as though they were, as to say, in case you didn't know what fucking was, because you didn't, now you do. That's basically the essence of Led Zeppelin. If you didn't know what fucking was, now you do. Alan Jackson is the Led Zeppelin of defense attorneys. Alan Jackson is letting you know, in case you didn't know what fucking was, now you do.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. In the text that we just saw, you were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses in this case through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard or what you heard during Kerry Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Kerry Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Kerry was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes.
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts's statements to the police, correct?
To my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Kerry Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Kerry Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically, her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Kerry Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline, right?
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium. This is part. Thank you, Your Honor. Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went. Correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
Didn't he go over this?
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm starting to think that Jackson wanted Wednesday to go
You
the way that
spoke
it did.
to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th.
He wanted her to feel
2024,
overconfident.
before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct? The
Yes.
same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct?
Huh.
Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago.
Mhm.
I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him.
I don't believe so, no.
So if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report.
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave and we dropped her off at Mike Lank. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix up, not yours.
Sustained.
Is that, I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Okay. It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from.
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court in a proceeding about this issue.
Ben, I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so I
I'm
don't.
just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now,
Mhm.
you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detail, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter, off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully, this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had left. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time. Maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure, show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
Take your time. Mr. Brennan is just going to review that document. I have no problem with that. Thank you. Good? Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you recognize the document?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry, I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back to her.
Thank you.
L for identification.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Greg.
You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map, generally?
All right, so I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please, Ms. McCabe?
Sure.
Yep. Yeah, guys, don't forget 6 o'clock tonight. Justice Served TV. Click on this link that I'm dropping in the chat right now and give it a like. Make sure to subscribe to them. Make sure to hit the notification. Make sure to hit the reminder. I'm surprised he's not. I'm surprised that he's not objecting more, actually. But yeah. Welcome, Tracy. Thank you, Jim Jerry Gunn. Appreciate you, buddy. Sidebar. What's up, Scott McGinnis? How you holding up out there, buddy? I hope you're doing good, man. Dude, Scott McGinnis, always out there, dude. Always out there. Like, there's just, man, like it's I want to word this so that I don't like make anyone mad. I mean, but it's probably inevitable. And I don't want to like make anybody like Scott feel uncomfortable or anything either. But the thing is, like, these are just my personal thoughts, these are just my personal opinions. And like Scott being out there as consistent as he is, decked out in all of his free Karen Reed with the American flag, everything that he does out there. And I'm talking like every hearing, dude. Turtle Boys hearings, standouts. He's there for everything.
Okay.
And that is so important because he's like showing you it doesn't matter. I'm not looking for anything
Take
here
a look at that
except
first page.
I just want justice.
Do you recognize a location?
I want my fucking
that's pinpointed
city
on
to
that
live
page?
up to.
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page,
Yes.
do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
at 12:19 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, pardon me, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4.
Mhm.
Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes, that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th.
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes,
What is that, again, what is that location?
that is 1/30/2022.
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes,
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes.
What's the date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 536 and this page is 540.
Yes.
Okay, take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
Yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Lanks.
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously,
Yes.
much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3-4 minutes?
It could be with they have multiple stop signs
Okay,
and due to the weather.
right. Taking a look at page 9,
Yes.
do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes. I believe it's the same one
Okay, the same address on,
as Mike
Oakdale?
Lank. As Mike Lank.
okay. And what's the time, what's the date of that?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah.
Finally, the last page, page 10, do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do. Yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mhm.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day. Yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes.
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
Yes.
Gets dark really early.
Yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before. Yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe to
assume.
say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running.
Yes.
He had to be on full blast.
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear
Yes.
because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did. Yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house.
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand. It wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house. Yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th Ferry.
Ooh.
We drove by and stopped. Yes. Slowly stopped. Yes.
What?
Went in the house and spoke with someone.
What?
No, I never went in the house.
You're a-
Go by and just stop.
I think Carrie and I just went by to like take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stayed there for 46 minutes.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the
46
car,
minutes.
kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in
Get
the
the
house.
We
fuck
didn't
out
go
of
in the
here
house,
with that
no.
for
He came
45
outside to
minutes?
talk to you.
No,
You didn't speak to Nicole.
Fucking
I
liar.
don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's
What?
before you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
But now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not. This isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that,
Good question.
well, let me ask it this way.
But
Do you
I
remember
mean-
denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
What time was it?
I don't remember that now.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
Does anybody remember the time that they're saying that was? The date and time?
Take a look at that page.
5:45 p.m. 29th?
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. On May 21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you may have even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with
On the
Nicole.
30th.
No.
Yeah,
We were in the
tail light
car
would have already
carrying
been
Ryan
there.
Lexi.
The tail light
Deny
pieces would have already been
that you
there.
ever
Because the
spoke with
13
Nicole or
found it
any other member
the 29th
of your
at
Onward
after
family or
6,
anybody
right?
at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to 34, I'm sorry, over
Oh,
to
4 to
Michael
6
Lang's
minutes,
house
not 46 minutes.
directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows
Yeah.
and went
The
down
piece of paper
Fairview
doesn't
and then went to
contain
Michael Lang's. But
digital
this paper
forensic
is saying we
data.
stopped at my house first. I don't remember that.
And
But
all of
again,
you-
I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a
All of
lot
you-
of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. But let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
Oh, my
Your
memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence, 5:12 in the evening?
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lang's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lang's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lang's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lang's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lang's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
is.
Do
I'm
you
about
have a
to shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
Yes.
All right, jurors, we will take our.
I'm about to
morning
shift
recess.
gears.
15, 20 minutes, we'll see you back.
Morning recess.
Again, if we just go home.
Break this way, jurors.
Morning recess. Oh my God, man. I wish I should have went to bed earlier last night. I mean, you go to bed that late, but yeah, I think I just slept extra good last night, and yeah. Yeah, so I was mistaken. It wasn't 46 minutes. It was 4 to 6 minutes 4 to 6 minutes. Yeah, I love that Jackson was just like, dude, we we can do this all day. Like, Jackson came in knowing it's going to be a battle of wills, a wear down contest. Who's going to wear who down? And I'm wondering now, considering now, I'm wondering if Alan Jackson just had the day to regroup, to get his shit together and go, okay, and plan. I'm going to get this bitch Friday. Fuck this shit. Like, I'm wondering if that's what happened. Or I'm wondering even if he wanted Wednesday to go that way. I'm wondering if he just dragged that shit on so that she left feeling overconfident, so that she would have her guard down when she came back and he hit her with these hardcore questions. I don't know. All I know is that Alan Jackson is definitely besting Jen McCabe at the moment. And I think it's massive that Jen McCabe basically confirmed what we all already knew, which was that the plan was to get her to take a plea. That's why they did such a weak ass cover up, because they counted on Karen Reed to take a plea. They counted on her to go, oh my God, there's all this evidence. There's a taillight. I don't know if I hit him. If you say I hit him, if you say that I said I hit him, then I must have said I hit him. That's what they were counting on. Like, really, really arrogant when you think about it. Really arrogant on Jen McCabe's part. Really arrogant, because you know this was her idea. Yeah, very, very, very arrogant on Jen McCabe's part to put this plan together. And really arrogant and lazy of Michael Proctor. And Tully. And Bukkake. Like, Jen McCabe sitting up on that stand makes me just feel like every one of these people that I've thought were shit this entire time are absolute shit. Terrible fucking people, bro. Every single one of those fucking troopers, Proctor, Tully, Bukkake, every single one of them. Garbage. Garbage fucking people, dude. Like, there's no reason. Like, the jury has to see what's going on here. There's no reason why Jen McCabe would not just be forthright with her answers if she was telling the truth. If she genuinely believed that Karen Reed did this, and even if she genuinely believed that Karen Reed did this, and if she genuinely put together a timeline and was just trying to like help, then she would be proud of that. It would be a point of pride to sit there on the stand and be like, yes, I did this and I did this. Carrie Roberts and I sat down with Peggy O'Keefe. Peggy O'Keefe asked us to sit down. We went over this and this and this. And that's just, you know, because we wanted to get justice for our friend. Yes, that time. Yeah, we did that. Yes, yes, yes. There'd be no reason to dance around the answers. There'd be no reason to deny anything. You would just, I mean, she's like, according to the piece of paper contains forensic digital data. It's called evidence. It's proof. It's in your face. That's showing that you're not telling the truth. So just like confirm. But she's like, oh, according to the piece of paper, yeah, but I don't have any memory of times. Like, so clearly what she's doing there is going, the piece of paper says that, I say different. I'm not confirming that. That's just what a piece of paper says. That doesn't mean that that's what I remember or that's what actually happened. And that tactic is never going to work as long as that forensic data exists. And as long as the jury understands that. So I'm just really hoping that the jury is like, dude, lady, stop it. I'm really glad you asked that question. This is a good thing to actually talk about while we're on our morning break. This is a great question. Let's Go says, respectfully, why are you so invested in this case? I'm brand new to this case. The reason why I'm so invested in this case is because the obvious reason, there's an innocent woman being accused of something that she didn't do. And that bothers me. It's just simply not right. It's just that simple. There's that. But there's also the fact that I'm a patriot. And I believe in the vision that our forefathers had in mind for our justice system. And it's always worked. Like, we have evolved. We are the United States of America. For the first 200 years of its existence has been always improving. Things evolve, get better, more fair, more civilized. Technology advances, so on and so forth. But the law itself, what our forefathers had in mind for the law was our liberty, was to protect our liberty. Make sure that if you're guilty of something, you're held accountable. But we don't get to just make the judgment that you're guilty because we just think you are. You have a right to a fair trial. You have a right to face your accusers. You have a right to speak on your own behalf. This case has been insanely an example of repeated violations of people's basic civil rights. I'm talking not just Karen Reed's, but Aiden Carney, Turtle Boys, and the support that Turtle Boy has and the support that Karen Reed has. Because the fact is that there's absolutely no reason why there should be this buffer zone. There's no reason. Bev says that she claims that it's to ensure that Karen Reed gets a fair trial because they don't want the jury influenced. But the thing is the jury's not going to be influenced by anything like that. Not if you pick the jury correctly. You know, the bottom line is it's a high profile case. It is what it is. I was there for 2 days of jury selection. I witnessed it for myself. I know that every juror there knows that it's a high profile case. So to create a buffer zone, what that does is that limits the average citizen's freedom of speech. It limits their freedom of expression. It limits their First Amendment rights. And no matter what, I'm always against that. So there's a lot of factors involved in this case that make me angry, which makes me very, very much invested. The fact is that we're talking about an entire local government that has conspired to frame an innocent woman for the death of a Boston police officer. Now, I am very, very supportive of law enforcement. I have always been very supportive of law enforcement, and some mistake my support for Karen Reed as being some sort of protest against police. That's not true at all. Nothing could be further from the truth. I absolutely support law enforcement 100%. And that's actually partly why I'm so invested in this, because I don't think that a few bad eggs should ruin the entire image of the Massachusetts entity of law enforcement, whether it be the Boston Police Department, the Massachusetts State Police, the Canton Police Department. I don't want to see that happen. The problem is that I believe the Canton Police Chief, Helena Rafferty, to be very corrupt. And therefore, if the police chief is corrupt, then the police department is corrupt. Now, I'm not saying that every cop is corrupt. I'm saying that the precinct is fucked. It's not in the practice of getting justice for, it's not in the practice of protecting and serving, basically. And I have a problem with that. I take issue with that. So, you know, there's a lot of good cops out there that are angry about this. And I have a lot of, you know, retired law enforcement and some anonymous current cops who write me sometimes and tell me how they believe in what I'm doing because they understand where I'm coming from. I'm just a guy who wants our justice system to work for the people. Simple. I just want our justice system to work for the people. That's it. And that's why I'm so invested in this case, because this case affects everyone. Karen Reed could be any one of us. Just because a bunch of people with badges and influence can kill somebody, they could just pin it on someone because they don't want to take accountability for it. That's just not acceptable as far as I'm concerned. It's not, I'm not swallowing that pill. It's not doing it. So that's why I'm so invested in this. I mean, dude, when you think about the sacrifices that Aiden's made, I mean, think about how fucking scary that must have been for him on Wednesday. Just think about that. Think about how fucking scary that must have been. Just and constant fear. Like, because not only was it scary Wednesday, but now it's just scary all the time because Wednesday, something like Wednesday is going to stick with you. It slaps a realization across your face that it's like, these people are doing everything they can to lock me up. And I haven't done anything illegal. I haven't broken the law. I broke a law, but that law is unconstitutional. As far as morality goes, as far as what our forefathers had in mind, as far as constitutional laws go, that law is unconstitutional, and it exists in Massachusetts, where John Adams got the soldiers of the crown acquitted for the Boston Massacre because it was self-defense. John Adams, a patriot for the United States who believed in, I mean, think about that. That right there, I'm a real big, like, believer in example. Like, it's one thing to say something, and then it's another thing to set an example, because it resonates a lot further when you set the example. And I believe that John Adams defending those soldiers of the crown just before we went to war with them, just before John Adams pretty much pushed in Congress for a war to start, to fight for our freedom, to fight for our independence. An absolute. He was like, no, there's no compromise. There's not going to be a peace treaty. None of that shit. John Adams was like, no, they need to just let us be independent. The king needs to just let us be independent. There's no negotiating. That's it. Period. We want to be independent from taxes, from the crown. We want to be completely independent from the crown. There is no negotiating. There is no peace treaty. There's nothing. Fuck off or come here and die. So, but him having that commitment to liberty and to freedom, but having these ethics of everyone, literally everyone, even my enemy deserves a fair trial. Even my enemy deserves a right to a fair and just defense. I will defend my enemy.
Hey there,
because
Karen
they
Reed
have
trial
rights.
watchers. You know what a
Shut
lot of the
up.
trials we cover remind me of?
I'm talking here, bro. Like, that action of him defending those soldiers was in my opinion what solidified the justification for why we fought for our independence from Great Britain. Like, that act is what made us the good guys. That was the foundation for those actions to come later. And that is what I believe in. Period. It's just what I believe in. And you don't get to just throw somebody in jail because you don't like what they're saying. And let's face it, it's not even really about that. I mean, let's not forget why they're trying to throw Turtle Boy in jail. They're not trying to throw Turtle Boy in jail because their feelings are hurt. That's how we joke about it. They're trying to throw Turtle Boy in jail out of retaliation, out of intimidation and retaliation, because he's exposed and is exposing cop killers within his own local government. That's what this is about. Let's not forget that. Every time you see Cosgrove standing up there, Your Honor, I just want to say that Mr. Kearney, well, when he says things with such hyperbole, what he's doing is he's a mouthpiece for he's basically a blunt object being used to smack Turtle Boy across the face. That's all Cosgrove is. A special prosecutor, because nobody in the DA's office wants to fucking prosecute Aiden Carney. Nobody in the DA's office wants to prosecute Karen Reed. Why is that? Because they know it's a railroad job. Dude, I would rather pack my shit and move to another fucking state if I were given an ultimatum to try that case. If I took an oath and swore to uphold the law and to always be in pursuit of the truth. If I took that kind of oath and then I got some kind of ultimatum like, hey, you need to prosecute this case. If I'm an ADA, I'm like, nah, dude. Nope. I'll go to fucking bumfuck Kentucky, some shit kicker town in Kentucky, and be a DA there and fucking prosecute people for fucking stealing livestock feed. Fuck that. And that's probably what's going on in the DA's office. It's just like, again, man, you've got to consider that all of these actions are like, they're all showing us that this is a conspiracy without admitting it, just denying it. But they're all showing you that it is. Like, look at Aiden's charges. And look who's going after him. That's all you need to know. Everything's got Chris Albert and Brian Tully written all over it. Michael Morrissey, Brian Tully, Chris Albert. Those three people. Their fingerprints are all over Aiden's shit. All the time. This isn't about Tully fucking being butthurt about Aiden hoping that he catches fire, burns alive. This isn't about that. This is about Tully finding anything that he thinks he can use to pile charges onto Aiden that already exist and try to get him on a bail violation. And I don't know why they think that that's a good idea. Like, the best thing that they could do, honestly, the best thing that they could do is leave him the fuck alone. Leave him the fuck alone. Because here's the thing is, if Aiden goes to jail, Tully, talking to you, buddy, if Aiden goes to jail again, you think that's going to make him less dangerous or more dangerous to you? Do you think that's going to cause... You think that's going to bring more attention to you or less attention to you? Negative attention, I mean. Do you think that he's going to get quiet? That he's just going to shut up? We saw what happened last time he was in jail. He still wrote articles. He still wrote articles in jail. And yeah, his show still ran. I had the privilege a couple of times to host his show myself with Brian LTL while he was locked up. That meant the world to me. I was happy to do it. I was so fucking happy to do it. Anything, dude, anything that Karen Reed or Aiden need from me at this point, they got it. As long as it doesn't fuck with my own personal ethics and values and morals. Because what the fuck else am I supposed to do? The fuck else am I supposed to do? Look at what they're dealing with. Look at these people are coming after them. These are powerful people that are weaponizing their influence, weaponizing their positions to simply hurt people and protect fucked up people, protect bad people, to protect people like Jen McCabe sitting on the stand. Jen McCabe is a lying sack of monkey shit. Sitting there up on that stand, talking the way she is, lying, dancing around everything. All of the evidence that she's a lying sack of monkey shit is already there. And then she lies on top of it to cover it up. But all of the evidence, all of the data that Jackson's showing, that's still data. And simply dictates just the data alone before she's even has a chance to answer questions about it. The data alone shows the jury that she is a lying sack of monkey shit. Julie, thank you. They spoke about a plea at 4:30 p.m. February 1st. Karen wasn't arrested until 7:30. 2-1. How did they know she was going to be arrested? Oh, shit. Yeah, good point. Yeah, like they have nothing to do with nothing. Why are the details of an open investigation being discussed with witnesses? That makes no sense. That is collusion. That is a conspiracy. Well, there's always going to be corruption in the system, man. That's the thing. There's always going to be corruption in the system. But if we, the people, do not stand up to it, it's going to run amok. We, the people, speaking up, even though some might say, oh, well, there's always corruption, so you're fighting an uphill battle. I'm not trying to end corruption. I'm just trying to keep it out in the open so they don't fucking they don't fucking think that they could just do that shit to everybody whenever the fuck they feel like it. That we're watching and we're not going to stand for it. Like, I mean, I'm a realist, but I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, well, yeah, there's corruption, but it is what it is. No, dude, fuck all that. We, the people. As a patriot, I feel like I have a responsibility to use my voice. Brent, thank you so much. Welcome to Logic, buddy. Dude, I don't know what I'm going to eat today. I'm definitely going to barbecue something. I'm grilling. That's happening. I just don't know what. Or maybe not. Like, I've got a full day today, so I'm probably just going to order DoorDash and eat trash. Which I would really try to avoid during, like, because I'm really susceptible to that during trials. Like when I'm streaming trials, dude, like I'm like, it's like Burger King and McDonald's and fucking KFC and garbage just like all the time. And then I end up fucking fat again, and then I gotta burn it all off. And then yeah. I hate being fat. No, not where I live. Let me tell you something, dude. I live in an area. I live in an area where it's like there's like within a mile radius, there's like 5 churches to every place to eat. Like no bullshit. There's like 5 churches to every place to eat. I am in the fucking Bible Belt, right? Jeannie Lynn, thank you so much. Eat healthy, Will. We want to keep you around. Thank you. I dude, like, yeah, and so these good Christian folks, they don't engage in a lot of like vices. You know what I mean? Like, and there's not a lot to do around here. So the thing to do is to just eat with pleasure. And like nobody's eating with pleasure fucking granola and tofu and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not happening. Like, people here like cook with fucking Crisco shortening, bro. You know what I mean? Like, that's just that shit's in every pantry and used all the time. Everything is fucking deep fried. I mean, yeah, it tastes good, but it's like there's no options. Like, there's no subculture of fucking health nuts here, dude. You know what I mean? Where like you go to any major city. I mean, the truth is, if I, went 45 minutes, in a certain direction here, I would end up, with all kinds of options. But I'm not in that area, so DoorDash is nothing but I can name my options. DoorDash is KFC, Taco Bell, Zaxby's, Sonic, McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, Hardee's. That's it. And pizza, like, but no good, like real good pizza joints. You know what I mean? Like, just like there's a little spot I like to go to, but I'm not crazy about the pizza. I like their wings. But like I never like I can't stand, if I can help it, I avoid, I should say, like major pizza companies like Domino's and Papa John's or Pizza Hut. Dude, I don't even got a Popeyes around here, dude. Yeah, I wish there was a Fat Burger nearby. I fucking love Fat Burger. I like Five Guys too, but they're ridiculously overpriced. Popeyes is not gross. Popeyes has an excellent chicken sandwich. So good. Chick-fil-A, I can't even get Chick-fil-A around here, dude. When I go into town, then yeah, like I'll get Chick-fil-A. Because I love it. I fucking love Chick-fil-A so much. Chick-fil-A is just the greatest shit in the world. It's the most delicious shit in the world. Panera is good too, man. I like Panera. But there's no Panera around here. No. Yeah, but then I gotta make spaghetti. The thing is when I make spaghetti, dude, and I'm kind of overdue to do it too. Like, I haven't made my spaghetti in a long time. But the thing is like there's nobody to share it with. You know? Like, because when I make my spaghetti, I like to I like to feed that shit to people because it's like the best fucking spaghetti you'll ever eat in your life, guaranteed. And people will be like, "Oh, well, do you use the fresh ingredients to do this?" No, motherfucker, I use fucking jarred pesto. I use jarred fucking spaghetti sauce and fucking boxed fucking spaghetti, bro. But I make that shit really, really good. Really good. Well, my sheets are actually gray. I was just actually messing around. Ironically, what was really funny is I was washing my sheets when I was talking about that. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't make Italian spaghetti, bro. I make fucking glare spaghetti, bro. Okay? Took it and perverted your little fucking Italian standards and traditions. Kiss my ass. Shit's mine now. I took it. Spaghetti dish is no longer an Italian dish. It is a glare dish. Jen's twitching sphincter. Yes. AJ is killing it this time around. Listen, dude, when you're fucking broke and you like to eat, when you're broke and a stoner, your whole fucking adult life, dude, like you learn to fucking make some shit, bro. You make some shit. I'll make some fucking ramen noodles. I'll make you a meal with $5, bro. $5. I'll feed you for 2 days and you'll be like, that shit was fucking delicious. I can't wait for the leftovers. The leftovers will taste even better than fresh. That's how I get down, dude. Y'all misunderestimate. People are like, oh, yeah, he's a loser. He's broke. This loser broke motherfucker will fucking make your taste buds dance. Believe that shit. As long as I got a cabinet full of spices, I'm good, bro. Some mac and cheese, some canned chili, a couple of veggies you chop up, throw that shit in there. Fucking delicious, bro. You don't even know. Look, I don't give a fuck what you think about canned chili, dude. That shit is delicious. Okay? Hormel all day. No beans. Even though I like beans, but not in my chili. Look, with beans. Get the fuck out of here. No beans. I mean, chili by itself with the beans, but like if I'm adding it to something, I don't like the beans in it. Dude, I'm starving right now, actually. Like, I'm really hungry. They're like, are you hungry? Yeah, I'm fucking hungry. Wendy's chili's good, bro. Wendy's chili's good. I mean, it is jail food, but suck a dick. I got this whole goddamn chat talking about chili right now. I don't even want chili. very funny. All right, let me see what we got here. What are my options today? It is Friday. So there's some places that, because that's how fucking small of a town it is. Some places are only open on the weekends, like Thursday through Sunday, because there's not enough business. Oh, that's an option. That's what I'm doing. Boom. Fuck yeah, bro. That's it. That's what I'm doing. Um, what? No, I'm not trying to do that. Yeah, no, I think that's good. All right. Fuck yeah, bro. What? All right. I'm still eating healthy, folks. I'm still eating healthy. I'm still on the wagon. Healthy-ish. Was with Turtle Boy last night at the Free Canary fundraiser. We missed you. Nice hat. Oh yeah. Thank you. Right on. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't even know there was a fundraiser happening until like the last minute there. It looked like everybody had a good time, man. That's awesome. Like who put the fundraiser together? Like what was I don't even know the circumstances of it. Yeah, I am going back to Boston. Um uh I'm not going to tell you when I'm going, but I am going back. But yeah, that's happening. I'm definitely going to attend trial at some point for a couple of days. Big stuff happening, folks. Big stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you guys are the best, man. Like if it wasn't for you guys' support, man, I wouldn't be able to be able to go to Boston and visit with you guys and support Karen and Aiden and like you guys are just the best. Um yeah, I'll give you a hint. I'll be there during the trial. At some point during the trial. I mean, yeah, it's expensive. This would be either my sixth, I think it's my sixth time going up there, sixth or seventh. But in the last year and a half, this would be at least my sixth time going to Boston. Well, the whole thing is like, I mean, if it happens, it happens. I try to avoid it, but you know, um, if but like, I just don't like to give trolls a heads up, you know. I don't like to give trolls a heads up of when I'm going to be somewhere and be very public, you know. So but yeah, I'm definitely going to be in Boston at some point, and then once I'm there, you'll know I'm there, you know. Okay, hold on. All right, so Annie's telling me to go look at her. Hold on. Kayla Jones, thank you. End of when you're going to Boston for 46 days without going live. I don't think that'll be the case this time. Oh, we're back. Am I muted? Oh yeah, I am. I'm so sorry, guys.
That I just handed you.
I didn't realize I was muted. But you didn't miss anything.
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
A phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. But before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
Exhibits M and N for identification.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
Not yet. I will in just a
All
second.
right, so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions.
Without looking. Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls. Yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here?
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay, so you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call, time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again, you're
right.
being asked
I'm
questions.
going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
Okay. On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document, at the next line down or the next phone call from with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay. So there's two phone calls.
Easy.
Excuse me?
I only object to form. I don't object to the record.
All right. So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
Well, then I'll
So,
just,
I'm being told that there's no objection
fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from it.
Fine. Then that'll speed things along. I
Is that the
appreciate
nature of
that.
the objection, Mr. Bowman?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor, 10:54 a.m.
Yes,
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
yes,
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
yes,
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
yes,
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes,
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame.
Okay.
The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
am I looking at the second one or
May I approach you?
Yes.
this one? Yes.
God, the playing stupid is just so annoying.
Let me see the other document.
This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document, and by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes,
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
yes,
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
yes,
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
yes,
March 1st at 10:16 a.m., do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
yes,
March 1st You should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you. And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there
Yes.
in your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you were communicating back and forth, certainly,
Yes.
in the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
And then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
so you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct?
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right? Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully, I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote, you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
You have to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Proctor, Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like to be seen.
Okay, come to sidebar, please.
Dude, what is going on, bro? What the fuck is Bev whining about now? And I wasn't even paying that close attention because, like, I'm trying to, like, I'm in the middle of something too, trying to set something up here. And dude, oh, fucking finally. That's another thing because I live in the middle of nowhere. So, like, it's hard to get a fucking dasher to actually take my DoorDash order and, like, accept it. So finally somebody fucking accepted it. So finally I'm gonna eat at some point, which is great. I think what we're gonna do during lunch, just because fuck it, why not? Let's go over some more Larry Foreman videos. Because they're just so fucking funny. But I don't know what this fucking sidebar bullshit's about. No, I always tip the DoorDash people, man. Like, I always do. No, it's not donuts. No. No, I got sushi. But not real sushi, like rolls, you know, just whatever. Protein, good carbs. I'll go to the gym later tonight. It'll be good.
Next question.
May I? Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not my
Proctor
question.
prior. Well, there was a,
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So this has been asked and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Wow.
Do you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly, if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
I mean, the thing is regardless of what Bev is doing, he's still treating her as hostile. You know, he's still treating her that way because she is fucking hostile.
you've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The
Oh,
calls
I
were between,
apologize.
that's okay, 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50,
Oh, 50. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Yes,
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
yes,
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes,
You know that call was answered, even though it says unknown in the document, correct?
it does say unknown, yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving out to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page.
Mhm.
At 12:29 and 44 seconds, there was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
I'll be right back. I'm going to let
Moving
Clubber out
up.
real quick.
12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, there
And
were
that
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is, that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once, 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct? Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that at the last hearing a year ago? Whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs? Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down, and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So you have an iPhone, is that right? Or had an iPhone?
I do, yes.
And that iPhone required a biometric or a passcode to get into to even open the phone, right? It's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And it requires, your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID, or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, how often make phone calls, Mr. McCabe?
every day. Every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right? Is that right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages.
Mhm.
Phone, right?
hmm
Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe
And
I
that's
accidentally hit the last thing, the last call. Like since I had talked to John,
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
Your Honor, no approach.
Okay?
Ms. McCabe? I'm
Yes.
sorry. Jumping the gun.
So Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct?
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
That would open a separate app, correct?
Correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose a person to call, correct?
Yes, sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
And if that happens to be the last dial, scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way, yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the records show, yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes,
Okay.
right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call.
One
I'm sorry,
missed
for
call.
7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused, are you talking about,
Let me rephrase the question.
okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview.
Oh, I'm sorry,
What
okay.
time did you get home then?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes,
You began to engage with your phone at
yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
Do you use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall off the top of my head.
You certainly recall that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m. Right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
and
you
those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report.
Sure.
Okay.
You don't remember, as you sit here, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record. You have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27?
Yes.
I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally,
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
and every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I need a quick minute to find the record that I did not make.
So she needs the Google search that the world has been blasting all over social media for the last
If Ms. Little
2
wants to
years.
look in, you can just like that.
That's what she needs. She needs this Google search. She needs to see it because she's not familiar with it. Get the fuck out of my face with that. Stop it right now. Oh, fuck. They brought, okay. All right. Well, I guess I don't need those. Sweet. Yeah, I mean, Nikki, you're right. Like this, there's no way this doesn't look bad for her. Like the bottom line is, if you're a juror with any fucking common sense at all whatsoever, you're asking, why can't she just give a straight answer? Why is she avoiding giving straight answers this entire time?
We're trying not to have you take a recess, so the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue up into the luncheon recess.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen and ask you a couple of questions about that. Can you zoom in?
I object to the way it's presented here.
Okay, take
Procedural.
it down. That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of a column.
Oh, come
That's
on.
exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
House of
record.
Counsel, it's sidebar.
Unreal. It's not how it appears. Okay. I wish there wasn't so many goddamn sidebars because, like, I'm eating, and I feel like I should be talking. Yeah, I agree, Scott McGinnis. This is ridiculous. I mean, here's the thing, though. What Alan Jackson is looking to do with Jen McCabe is simply present her as a liar, someone involved in this cover-up. That's it. And he's managed to accomplish it. Because remember, it's not just her. It's not just her that he's going to question. There's a lot of other witnesses, and there's a lot of other people lying. So when you see all of these people going, hey, I don't know what they said, but I said, look, if that's what it says there, blah, 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 I don't know. You're going to have a bunch of people saying that shit. They're going to go, the jury's going to go, okay, something's wrong here. Why are so many people lying? And that is enough to acquit Karen Reed. That is simply enough to acquit Karen Reed. I mean, that's really all you need.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Found the paper.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe. May I approach?
Yes.
I got the paper.
Thank you.
We're good.
May I approach?
Yes.
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Miss Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Here we
Thank
go.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Die Cold?
I object to her reading the record.
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay, now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Die Cold, yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Where are you going,
So
Jackson?
you agree that
Yes.
you agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 227. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone, Hoss Long to Die in Cold. Is that right?
Yes, after we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning, two iterations of How Long to Die in the Cold. Hoss Long to Die in Cold, How Long T.I. Die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. It's what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
That's on the
You
record,
also
bitch.
testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve. Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days
Yes or
following.
no? You discussed it?
Yes.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like
in
that.
the 3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you if you discussed it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
Oof.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She ever told you that?
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search. Yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated
Oops.
that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Oops.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Yeah, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch while Jen McCabe tries to figure out how to explain the fact that she didn't collude with this person, and yet their stories just fucking changed that indicates that they colluded. Amazing. Johnny O, thank you so much. If this broad tells you what time it is, you better check your watch. That is real, my friend. That is real. This is fucking crazy, yo. Butt dials. Get the fuck out of my face with butt dials, bro. Everybody's butt dialing each other. The thing is, I don't want to get too excited, man, because like last time, to me, it was so obvious to the jury what was going on. And then I was left wondering what the fuck was going on, why they were at this impasse. And then I see Ronnie on Turtle Boy's channel pissing me off. Telling me everything that was like my worst nightmare, which is like a bunch of fucking jurors that are just fucking idiots who don't have any fucking critical thinking skills whatsoever and just go with whatever they're fucking told to do. That shit was infuriating, dude. Made me so mad. Yeah, man. I hope this goes into Monday. I hope this cross-examination goes into Monday. I would be satisfied if this whole fucking trial was Jen McCabe sitting on that stand, getting grilled, getting her ass barbecued. I'd be fucking completely and totally satisfied with that. A holistic approach.
So just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Judge.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You aware of that?
No.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
See, that's
So, of course,
smart from
Carrie
Jackson.
Roberts is not such corroborating witness.
See what
Is
he
that
did
right?
here?
At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of
Ah,
events.
fuck.
We each
I was
put down
hoping-
what we remembered.
I was hoping
She
you'd
saw
catch me
what
with
you
that.
put down, you saw what she put down,
Yes.
and you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me. She said this. Then Carrie and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister, who?
It was my sister. Yes,
Which sister?
my sister Denise
Which sister? You know exactly what I'm asking you, bitch.
Galvin.
She here?
She is here. Yes,
Where is she?
she's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Oh,
Sure,
shit.
she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes,
Another fucking
she
shitty
witnessed-
McAlbert.
This timeline being prepared, correct?
she wrote the timeline. Yes,
Throwing
And
her
then
own
you've spoken
sister under
to
the bus.
Ms. Roberts several times about this case
yes.
and about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not.
You're a
I never
fucking
instructed her to do anything.
You wanted
Liar.
some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I
Ms.
don't need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to
Oof.
instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's an apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when you say, when there's an uncomfortable question?
Ellen's over the bullshit.
Have you discussed this with anybody?
No, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
Woo!
I didn't count.
Not yesterday, but
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was
he's
done
already
on the phone
he's already made
determined
a
that
liar.
of the
This is
three
what he brings
searches,
at home.
2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever
Yeah.
been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence. I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 4:20.
Okay.
Before we play this, I'm going to play just a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf? Could you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear, yes, sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Does it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, female?
I'm not sure could I listen to it again?
With the court permission, one more time?
One more time.
Read my boy Billy Tibbetts.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it, yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed, and Ms. Roberts.
Yes, yes.
Not you, correct?
No,
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
You pause this. Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. You pause it, please. Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes.
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
Yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out, no.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to runtime 8:56?
This is fucking wild, bro.
Pause it.
Hey,
Can you
Jay.
see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right,
Speaking to someone?
yes.
Who's that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Ms. Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please.
So what I think is happening here is he's about to compare this to the time that she claims she did that Google search. And she's going to see if anywhere before that time was Karen Reed alone with Jen McCabe, asking her if she did to do the
video
Google
clip,
search.
Who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? Can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was
I
trying to
hope.
help them.
Okay.
I
We're gonna
hope.
runtime
I don't know.
10:49. This will be from 10:49 to 11:55, Mr. Wolk.
That's what it makes sense to me.
You pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
We'll go ahead and play it.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they're gonna go over that too. The light in the house going on. See, the thing about control
Did you
freaks
see
is they
yourself in
always
that
give
video,
themselves
that
away
clip, about a minute long
because they
clip?
got to be in
Yes, I
control.
did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification. And this is the last of them. Mr. Wolk, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lang.
Go ahead and play it.
It's not Karen Reed, though, is it?
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement? Between and
was.
among you and Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed.
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
Wow.
If that happened, it wasn't on
Wow.
Woo! When you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation. Yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Love
Not
this
just a friend,
shit.
but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted.
Why didn't you
Right?
identify him as
Yes.
a cop?
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could.
Talk about her
Correct?
running into the
Yes.
house. Come on.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him. Yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
Didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with
Good.
me that there was about
Because
6
he's
and a half
about to
minutes or
fuck
so
you up with it.
between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yep.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going to
"This is
give
my
a
friend"?
I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually
Did you think
in
that you would
the
get faster
911, I
medical
do
attention if you
say his
identified
name.
him as a
You
cop?
didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow and
And
I
you didn't
wanted help
say-
there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No.
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that would set things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Get
Do
the
you think that might have been
fuck outta
something
here.
important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
Talk about her running into the house.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR.
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it
You
was
didn't-
asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics.
No,
None of you are first responders.
no,
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe. On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress,
Get her.
someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes,
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
it's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for
Yes or
John.
no?
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I mean,
I did, yes, there were warm blankets in the house.
And you
Those
still
weren't-
never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that
Bullshit.
was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone.
Exactly.
I was
You weren't doing
calling
no
them
fucking
to see if they would
CPR.
come
You were
out, but
calling
I
your
was
sister.
going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered.
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you.
Right.
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She
Alan
didn't answer
Jackson
according
came to
you.
So
fuck.
if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay,
and I'll wrap it.
okay.
Let's talk
Yeah,
about
yeah,
that
yeah.
real quick.
Like, I'm on
Sure.
fire
She
right now,
didn't
Judge.
answer
Come
the
on.
phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct, she
But
didn't
she
answer the
did-
phone.
Did you
She
think your
did
sister
answer the
might have
phone.
been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus, can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you, Inspector?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
That's all I have.
All right, jurors, luncheon break. Let's take 20, 25.
Bro, lady.
How long?
Dude. Yo. That is what we've been waiting for. He's not even done yet, y'all. He's not even done yet because he's going to nail home the fact that she ran in the house later. Because the jury's going to want to fucking know now. Wait a second. So when he was dying, you called 911. Then you called your sister. It shows up as answered, as it does, by the way. So here, let me show you guys a little something here. It's just... So right here, we have Jen McCabe's call log. Okay? 6:07 a.m. outgoing call. Answered, yes. It's right here. 6:07 answered, yes. The length, 9 seconds, people. 9 seconds. Okay? Then 6:08, call to Nicole Albert. 7 seconds, answered. She spoke to her sister. I don't give a shit what she says. She spoke to her sister. We hear her asking if they're coming out to help when she hangs up with 911. We heard it. Let's go over that one more time.
Yes, I need someone to be 34 Fairview Road, Vietnam. There's a man passed out in the snow. Yes. Yeah, I don't know why he did that. I think he's dead. Okay. I know. Where are the blankets? I don't see blankets, Carrie. Yes, I need someone. Third floor, CSU Road in Houston. John is 46 years old. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could be an hour. Is he Carrie? Is he? I don't. I don't know. I know I'm on the phone with the ambulance. I know, honey, I know. Sorry, you gotta get off. Sorry, Karen, stop. If I Karen, stop. You gotta stop.
All right, so there's Carrie yelling at Karen. Karen calms down, and now Jen McCabe is going to say, listen up close. Boom, right there. Now, I'm going to slow it down. I'm going to try that, see if it's helpful. That's exactly what she said. If you have earphones, put them on right now. If you have earphones or headphones, put them on right now and listen very, very, very closely. I slowed this down and now I can hear it quite clearly. She says, are you coming out to help? Are you coming out to help? Watch. If you have headphones or earbuds, put them in. Put your shit as loud as you can. Pay attention. Did I not? Oh. Right there. Right. She either said, are you coming out to help or are you coming out of the house? One of those two things. She definitely said, are you coming out? And she is sitting there under oath on the stand, lying about having not spoken to her sister when the call log dictates right here, people. The call log clearly dictates that she did, that her sister Nicole answered the phone at 6:07 a.m. They spoke for 9 seconds. And then at 6:08 a.m., they spoke again for another 7 seconds. That is right here. It is not answered yes, yes. Nicole Albert, outgoing, meaning she called her. Then she calls Brian Albert. He doesn't answer. Brian's smarter. Brian's like, nope. Brian's like, nope. I'm not falling for that shit. Fuck yeah. So listen, guys. So I've been planning a little something behind the scenes here. We just have to set a time for it. But yeah, it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome. I just don't want to say nothing yet until it's like confirmed. But yeah, I got some shit lined up here. That's gonna be really fun. Yeah, this is just plain fucking wild, bro. Yeah, Alan Jackson just destroyed her. The whole world, after this testimony, the whole world's going to be talking about this case. You're going to see this shit on all the cable networks, all of that shit. Because in no other case have I ever seen someone lie so consistently for so long and stonewall and play manipulative games for so long on a witness stand in any trial that I've ever seen. I've never seen that. I don't think anybody's ever seen that. This woman is next level piece of shit. Like, this woman is about to go down in history as the next Casey Anthony as far as hated women in true crime. She's going to go down right there with Nicole Kessinger, Casey Anthony, Leilani Simon, Cynthia 1880. Thank you so much. Next time you're in Boston, check out the Green Dragon. It's right near Faneuil Hall. You will appreciate the history of the pub. Right on. I'm always down to check out a good pub. Yeah, Jodi Arias. And it's so crazy, like, but on like a Charlie Manson kind of level. That's the shit that Jen McCabe is. That's what makes her so fucking fascinating. Because she's Charlie Manson level evil, dude. Because she hasn't killed anybody. She hasn't killed anybody. Think about that. Yet she is the most manipulative person in this whole fucking thing. Her hands, her grubby little paws are in everything. And I mean everything. Dude, her grubby little paws are in everything as deep as fucking Turtle Boy shit. Colluding with fucking Kate Peter. And I mean, dude, with Krusty Panties, dude. Dude, we're talking like this woman is going to be as hated as all these women. And Nicole Kessinger never killed anybody either, but she's going to be as hated as all these women. Nicole Kessinger, fucking, yeah. Casey Anthony, yeah. Just all of the fucking, the usuals, bro. Yo, man, let me, I haven't been doing this, man, and I feel like shit because I'm really bad about this shit. But I've been getting some Cash Apps and some Venmos and PayPals, and so I should read them. So Brenda says, thanks for the best chat on YouTube. Thank you so much. Sage sent me $10 for a haircut. I like my haircut. I just had my fucking hair did, y'all. Let's see. Okay, so I got, yeah, I should go down some of these, man. Catherine a few days ago sent coffee. Thanks, Will. You keep it fun. Krista said, thank you, Will, for being you. I appreciate your honesty, or your honesty, integrity, and your passion. I now have my son. Oh, yeah, I read this one. Thank you, Krista. That was yesterday, I think. And Catherine said for coffee, you're killing it today, Will. That's awesome. You guys are the best, man. Let's see the Venmos. No, man, get out of here. Jerusha says, hey, Bill, just kidding. Did you see this, the Hank head nod during Arca void year? It's when he asks Wolf about suggested. He sent Jackson. To me, It undeniably signifies prior convo, and since I can't picture it occurring in front of defense, it's ex parte. I disagree. It's ex parte. Only Samantha McGill has addressed it. No lawyer, other creator. TB got asked, but then tullied and got tullied and Cosgroved. Please check it out and say something. All right, so I'll say something about it now. I watched that. I think we've all seen it. I'm not gonna go look it up, but I watched it. And there's a head nod to Judge Bev, but I mean, I don't think that's anything. I don't think. I think that she was. I think that it was an issue of not wanting to interrupt the witness as they testified. The witness was in the middle of testimony, and Bev needed to know where she was on the page. And I think she was confirming what page, and Brennan just nodded like, yeah, that's the right page. Like I'm 99% sure that that's what I took out of it. You know, that's what I took out of it. So to me, it's not even, yeah, I don't think I think that's just judges and lawyers communicating, I don't think that that's not allowed. What happened there. I think people are making a way bigger deal out of that than it needs to be. Tara says, thank you for always being real. Love you. Cheryl sent a slice of pizza. Thank you so much. You guys are fucking great, man. Appreciate you. Fantastic, man. Fantastic.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Brennan has a mangina. I'm actually taken aback by amount of people in Ireland invested in this case and Karen's innocence. She has support all around the world. Yeah, it's gonna grow now. Now that this testimony is happening, Jen McCabe, people love to see courtroom drama, and there's nothing more dramatic than, well, besides someone attacking someone in court, but a long ass fucking cross-examination proving time after time, question after question, that the person on the stand is a fucking dirty shitbag liar. That shit is beautiful. People love that shit. That is good television. That's going to be all over every TikToker's going to be talking about this. Every fucking news station's going to be talking about this. Dude, nobody loves to see a liar. Nobody loves anything more in true crime than to see a liar get fucking barbecued on the stand, bro. Like, that shit is why we do it, dude. Why we do it. Why do you think most people go and fucking watch car races and shit? Because they might see a car wreck. It's always fun to watch them zoom by real fast, pass each other. That's fun. Great. Yeah. The actual competitiveness of the sport. Sure. But you want to see, you know what I'm saying? Like, once in a while, you want to see a Globetrotter game. You know what I mean? Like, you might be into the NBA, but once in a while, you want to see a Globetrotter game. Once in a while, you want to see just a spanking, like a complete and total shutout, right? You want to see fucking just like the team, like just like the dream team of the fucking 92 Olympics, bro. Like, those guys, like, that was what, Jordan, fucking Pippen, fucking Barkley, Ewing, like there was nothing you could do about that, dude. Like that, but we watched it because it was just fun to watch them spank every other team, right? Like, that's what this is about. That's what this is about. Yeah, Bird was there too, man. Dude, Yeah, it was just a bunch of all-stars just having fun. Globetrotting. I mean, it was the Olympics. They were playing all kinds of different fucking countries, whooping their asses. Yeah, magic. Yeah, dude. Dude, Plevin can fucking suck it, dude. Okay? Like, let me just be abundantly clear about that. Like, the Plevins, the canceled Karens, the fucking, like, the idiot trolls, the Kate Peters, dude, they're all done. They're all done. Like, they're all just like, I see them on Twitter now. I don't even argue with them. Like, I don't even like anymore. It's so funny. Like, I'll just call them stupid and go away. I'll be like, you're fucking retarded. And then, you know what I mean? And then I'll just bolt, you know? But I won't even try to reason with them. I won't try. I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything anymore. It's too obvious. Like, I feel like I'm patronizing someone with common sense if I'm trying to convince them that of Karen Reed's innocence. It's that obvious. So, needless to say, in that regard, if I'm really having to explain it to somebody, then they lack common sense. They're stupid. Like, if I'm really having to like convince you after explaining all of the evidence and you seeing all of it, dude, like this testimony alone. This woman cannot hide the fact that she's hiding shit. That's something that can't be, like, AJ is just fucking working. He's just been working. I mean, that's what's wild, man. Like, AJ has just been like hammering away at this woman, and she has been stonewalling him, but he set everything up. Everything was a setup to this moment. Everything was a prelude to what we just watched in the last 30 minutes. That's the beauty of AJ's that's the art of what he does. All of that shit. Everything. Like, even when she was in control, she wasn't in control. He was just building up. He wanted the jury to see him get frustrated. He wanted the jury to see him go, you know, Your Honor, I can't let it end like this. Come on. You know, he wanted her to leave there confident. Because he knew he was coming to these questions. And these questions would not hit as hard as they do right now to the jury had he not done everything that he did up until now. That is what's fascinating. Everything was a brick. Everything was a brick to building this house. That is the cross-examination and decimation of Jen McCabe. Yeah, I'm in awe. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm in awe. I'm in awe of Alan Jackson. Like, the dude is like my personal fucking hero right now. Dude, my man was like, dude, a first responder in the house. And he's got her on the stand going, yes. My focus was on John. If your focus was on John, how could your focus be on John when there's somebody 25 feet away that you could just walk into, and we know you could just walk into because you walked in later? And we just heard the recording. And man, I got to tell you, folks, man, I've talked about this before. And I believe in God. Okay. Now, I don't subscribe to any traditional religion necessarily. It's probably more safe to say that I subscribe to all of them to some degree. But I'm very secure in my relationship with God. And it took me a long time to get that. And I am very grateful for that. And I like to believe things. Doesn't matter if it's logical or illogical necessarily. I like to believe nice thoughts that there's no way to know until beyond this life. And I believe with all my heart that there is a divine intervention involved in John O'Keefe's voicemail picking up Jen McCabe's 911 call and Karen dropping her phone in the car, running out, trying to save his life. I have to believe that. It's too beautiful of a thought not to, right? So, my favorite thing about following this case is I am 100% of the belief that those of us fighting for Karen Reed and fighting for Turtle Boy are 100% in the right. Those of us that are truly doing so, those of us who are doing so because we care, because we want to use our platforms to get the word out, those of us who are standing out there every day, not because they're going to get invited to parties, but because they're just going to stand out there so that Karen knows that there's support, no matter what. So that Aiden knows that there's support, no matter what. So this might turn some people off, but that's okay. Following this case, I sense a strong presence of God in this case. And I think that that's my favorite thing about it. I mean, whatever your interpretation of God is, man, like I have theories. We could get, you guys want to get theological? You guys want to get theological? Why not? Just for fun. This is for entertainment purposes only. I'm not preaching or nothing. Just let's toss this around a little bit. So I've been pondering the contradictions of God's behavior as according to the Bible, right? I've been pondering this a little bit. And God created us in his own image, right? And so, that being the case, I wonder if when God first created the world, now I believe in evolution and all that. I mean, I just think that God made dinosaurs too. You know what I'm saying? I just believe in intelligent design. Put it that way. I believe in evolution, but I believe in intelligent design. So, if God made us in his own image, right? What if God, when he first started this project of humanity and nature and the earth and the solar system and the moon and the rotation and all these things that coexist to make like it's like a watch, you know, inside of a clock, all having their part to coincide with another part. Now, when you think about the Old Testament, right? Thank you, Liz. Appreciate it for gifting a membership. When you think about the Old Testament, right? Some people are going to find this blasphemous, but I don't. It's just a theory. What if God, when he started this, what if God himself was a child? I'm going to fucking blow your mind right now. What if God himself was a child? Because if you think about some of the acts in the Old Testament, the testing, the plagues, they're tantrums, right? They're tantrums, seems like, right? And then as centuries go by throughout the Old Testament, going into the New Testament, right? What if God reaches an adulthood and realizes, now this is something I'm going to get real personal with. So I realize now I feel like I failed as a father. Now me and my kid were cool now, but I still there's things as a father that you do that are never undone, you know? And I feel like I failed him, you know, and it's just something I'm always going to have to live with, and I cope with it fine and we get along fine. But what I realized where I failed my kid was I expected him to be better than me, but I did not set that example for him. If I had set that example for him, I would have given him something to respect and something to want to follow and something to want to emulate. That's where I failed ultimately. Now, what if God got to a point in his life where he was like, all of the plagues and all of the fucking all of these disasters and these tests that I lay on people, and you know, these are my children and I love them, but they just won't follow me. They won't, no matter what I do. These punishments, these things, they're not working. So what do? I have to set an example. If I want them to follow me, I have to set an example. He sends Jesus. He sends his son to set an example. Jesus is God in human form, according to the Bible. Now, believe that or don't believe it, whatever. But Jesus set the example, paid the ultimate price to do so. Think of what a game changer Jesus being on earth was. Think of what a game changer that is. Think of how humanity shifted after Jesus came to earth, was born, died. Now, I'm not saying that I believe necessarily all of that it was immaculate conception. I'm not necessarily saying that I believe that he rose from the grave. I'm not necessarily, you know what I mean? But I believe historically he was a real man, of course. And his teachings were, and this is going to be a very controversial thought as well, is I don't believe God to be this vain, worship me or perish kind of being. It doesn't make sense. If he sent Jesus here to be the example of who God is, to be the spokesperson for God, that's contradictory. Jesus wasn't vengeful. Jesus wasn't, vain. He wasn't any of these things. He was the example that God sent to represent him. So why would we idolize Jesus instead of idolizing his example? Because if you're drinking and drugging, but you're going to church and you're saying, praise Jesus, and you're going home and beating your wife, but I submitted my life to Christ, so I'm good. Doesn't work that way. That's not enough. You got to try to be as much like Jesus as that's the whole point. It's like, dude, I fucking got crucified. I had birds pecking at me. I got beaten for hours and hours and hours just to show you that I love you. And died so that you could see the importance of why my teaching is that important. You know what I mean? Like, so if you're looking at it like worship Jesus or die in a lake of fire, I just don't believe in that. I don't think that, I think that Jesus and God are more of the humble type that are like, hey man, as long as you try to be as much like me as you can, you're good. You'll be okay. Just do that as best as you can, work towards it, as the idea was to bring us all together. And in a way it did, Jesus being conceived and teaching and dying and rising, and it did what it was supposed to do. But most people got the wrong idea. they took it wrong. At least that's just my take on it. So, but I'm not saying I necessarily absolutely believe in that. I'm just saying, like, if I'm trying to make sense of the contradictions in the Bible about who God is, that's what makes the most sense to me. It's consistent with the timeline. What if God was just like us and he was immature and then grew and matured? How is that so radical to believe? You know what I mean? And then said, you know what? Okay, what do? I set an example. I'm making these people take my word for my commandments. Like, I'm telling you, this is how it is, and that's it. And you just got to do it. And then if you don't do it, I'm going to smite you. That you realize that form of parenting doesn't work. He's got to set an example. So the purpose of Jesus is my opinion on that. For now. It's just what I've been thinking about lately. My ex tattooed himself with a crucifix and verses from the Bible. He beat me and put my children through hell. I think he believes God forgives him. I know throughout, though, he'll answer to him one day. Yeah, a lot of people just use God and forgiveness and all that shit as an excuse to be shitty people, dude. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not, no. Like, it means dick all unless you're actually trying to do like Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about it. This might be a poor analogy. I'm just spitballing here, but if you got a boss right? Who's the boss going to likely give the promotion to? The person, there's two people under him, right? And he's about to retire and he's got to pick a successor, right? So, or she, don't mean to be sexist, and they got to pick a successor, okay? You got the one person who's the mirror image of the CEO, right? The mirror image does everything the same way. And then the other one is the person who does just enough to get by, but kisses ass like crazy, hangs out, goes to fucking, tries to set up golf games and, hey, did you check your desk? I had my secretary leave something in there for you. And then there's like tickets to some shit just to kiss ass. You know what I mean? Who's that CEO likely going to make his successor or her successor? The person who's showing that they're going to do the job, not the person who's showing that they like the boss the most. Right? So when you get to the gates of heaven, what do you think is going to fly? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just the logic that I apply to it. Like, when you get to heaven, what do you think is going to fly? Because honestly, I think that like this whole rhetoric of, if you don't accept Christ as your personal Lord and Savior and completely and totally submit to your Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, well, then you're going to burn in a lake of fire. And then once you get somebody in that mindset and convinced of that, well, then you got them coming to your church. And then you got them paying tithes. And you got them listening to your shit over and over and over and over again. Right? Every week. Sometimes twice a week. Sometimes 3 times a week. You know what I'm saying? That's the only purpose that seems to serve. To instill fear. Not inspire. When I'm inspired, I feel the presence of God. I don't feel the presence of God when it's something empty like that. That's all I'm saying, man. That's it, man. It's not about, dude. Do you think it's fucking coincidence? Like this shit about like, no, my religion is the right religion, yours is the wrong one. Do you think it's a fucking coincidence that every single religion is based on the same morals? The morals are consistent. That's what you follow. All it is, like, it's just like the way people dress in different countries, the way people celebrate in different countries, the way people conduct their day in different countries. Culture. It boils down to culture. Every religion is just a reflection of the same God based on the culture of that particular region of the world. That's all it is. It's all the same thing. Everyone is worshiping the same God. They just don't even know it, and they're fighting about it. It's retarded. And why isn't anybody growing out of it? Why haven't we grown out of that yet? It's really weird. So yes, man, when I'm following this case, because of the passion for the truth coming from thousands and thousands and thousands and now almost millions of people who are passionate about getting to the truth getting justice for not just Karen Reed, but Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Alan Jackson right now is doing a brilliant job of showing the world that this isn't about getting Karen Reed off. This is about getting John O'Keefe justice. This direction that he's taken this line of questioning to Jennifer McCabe was fueled by passion for the truth. It was not fueled by passion to get this over with and get Karen Reed out of here. He didn't have to go that route, but he is working his ass off to convince that jury that not only is Jen McCabe lying, but why is she lying? Why is Jen McCabe lying? Because she's covering something up. What is she covering up? She's covering up the murder of a Boston police officer. She's covering up for whoever did it. Getting this testimony on record is one step closer to getting John O'Keefe justice ultimately. I still believe that that will happen. I am not subscribed to the idea that we will never get John O'Keefe justice. I say, sadly, we may never get John O'Keefe justice. Sadly, that is a possibility, but I have not adopted that as my belief yet. I refuse to. Because what the fuck is Karen Reed's defense team working so goddamn hard for right now then? Well, I don't know if he'll do that. Like, I hope AJ asked her why she had a witness advocate, like she said in her call, waiting on the FBI before Turtle Boy even wrote his first article. So she did call the DA. Yeah. I mean, he already talked to her about that, but I see what you're saying. You're hoping that he pressures her a little bit with it. But the thing is like, there's not much you could do about that. You can't really, like, unless there's more data that he just hasn't gone over yet. But I think he just has a call log. But it's wild because why the fuck wasn't any of this brought up in the first trial? Bro, listen. Crumb Titty, you win handle of the day. Congrats. Crumb Titty. That's going to be the name of my next band. It's going to be the name of my next band. Mark my words. Crumb Titty. Dude, how much longer? Oh, okay. We should be coming back soon. It's almost 2. Dude, I'm really tired. It's fun. And I still got to do the Justice Serve TV thing at 6, which I'm really looking forward to. I just hope I'm like 100% for it. I mean, I got some energy drinks, so I should be okay. But I might finish them all before I even finish the hearing today. Dude, I take Gen meds and I'm going to sleep, bro. I don't even know where to get them. That shit's just so funny. Like if I wanted to like relapse on hard drugs, you know, like I wouldn't even know what to do. It's been so long and I live in a place where I don't fucking even talk to anybody. I wouldn't even know what to fucking do. Nobody I can even call anymore. I don't fucking talk to people like that. It's so funny. It's just so funny that even if I was just like, man, you know what? I'm gonna get an 8-ball. Fuck the world. No, you're not. No, you're not. Never happened. The truth is, the idea just scares the shit out of me, man. Like, I don't even think my heart could take it. Chamomile tea. Are you trying to put me to sleep? The fuck are you people talking about? Yeah, I mean, I've been eating gummies. I mean, I'm good on that. Yeah, I dude, like, and I see shit on the news, like there's pink cocaine now. Like, what? Like, I'm not fucking snorting pink shit. The fuck are you talking about? Putting fucking anything up my nose, much less anything fucking pink. The fuck? I don't understand, man. Like, it's just so funny, dude. When I look back on some of the things I used to do, and I'm just like, dude, Jesus, like, you were a fucking jackass, bro. That's such a fucking jackass. Terrible. Terrible. I love like it's fun to be like, now. It is. Like it's fun to be me now, but like it used to suck a lot. And I did it to myself, like, because I just constantly, like, I just felt sorry for myself all the time. And I ate a bunch of fucking drugs and sorted a bunch of drugs and smoked a bunch of drugs. And, it was just a mess, dude. It's just so wild. Like, basically, it's like you gotta, like, kind of what I did was, it's like I dug up the entire foundation and fucking paved it. No, I don't think we're back yet. Is that back?
All right, so the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point too.
Well,
I haven't seen-
Then, if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's not
Okay,
gonna
I
conflict with-
haven't seen it. All right, I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I
All
thought.
right, so I need what you have, Ms. Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right, anything else?
The second issue is I should approach the side.
Okay.
Yeah, like what is going on right now? I guess they have clips that they want to play. I don't know what they want to play now. Oh, my lunch was good, man. Sushi. I mean, I got like the most fattening fucking sushi though, man. Like I got like tempura stuff, and it was 2 for 1, and there's like 600 calories in each one. So it wasn't that healthy. But whatever. But yesterday, like, I consumed almost no calories at all. So that's good. And the day before as well. But yeah, I had it was like a 2 for 1 thing. So I couldn't resist. And it was some weird roll. It was like a tempura, like Mexican roll or something, but it was sushi. It was really weird. Like it had like a little piece of a tortilla chip and salsa in it and shit, but it had like raw fish, seaweed, and rice. It wasn't gas station sushi, but not far off. It was Kroger sushi. Kroger. But they make it fresh. You know what I mean? So it's not bad. It's just not good sushi. It's just not bad sushi. Just whatever. It's just like I said, rolls or whatever. Crackers, cheese, and Pabst. Yeah, man. PBR used to be my shit, man. I drank so much PBR. I used to love that shit. It's just so funny, man. Like I used to like drink and do stuff to like self-medicate. And now I can't even think like that anymore. Like I still drink from time to time, but you know, when I do, it's to like celebrate. It's just because like, you know, I'm bored and I want to feel turn. You know what I mean? So like, yeah. And then I just won't drink for a while. Yeah, like I haven't drank since I last came back from Boston. Like not once. Yeah, I like the way I feel to do this every day like this. Like I can't be hungover and shit, you know what I mean? Like I can't do that. To do this every day like this, I have to make sure that I'm continuing to exercise. I can't eat trash the whole day either. So, you know, yeah, I just have to like I have to just try to keep I have to do what I can to keep myself feeling good. Like I have to like being here and doing this. And in order for me to like being here and doing this, I have to be in a good mood and I have to be in good spirits and physically I have to feel good. And the only way I can do that mentally and physically is by exercising and you know, trying to watch what I eat. I used to love the wine, man. I used to love the wine. I don't it's Yeah, I used to oak leaf it all the time, bro. I'm not going down that road again. Grew out of that. Yo, this lady, bro. Who is that lady? Why do they got her zoomed in on, bro? Like, why is that even? Oh, that's Jen McCabe's sister. Yeah, that's Jen McCabe's sister. Okay. Yeah. D nice. Oh, y'all want to play? D nice. Jay Quellen. There's no Jay Quellen here. If one of y'all says some silly ass name, Dude, the first time I saw that, I laughed so fucking hard. I was laughing so fucking hard. Because I was that guy. I mean, I guess that's not so hard to believe, but I was definitely that guy that would like coordinate a way to troll the substitute teacher. just to fuck with him, you know? Like, but like, yeah, like the genius about that skit is they weren't even doing that. They weren't fucking with him. Oh, Shaq Hennessy. Oh, Shaq Hennessy's office.
Court is in session, please be seated.
We bring Ms. McCabe in, please. Jurors, I know I said it was a 45-minute lunch. I apologize. No one intended to waste your time like this, particularly when we don't have much time left. Ms. McCabe, please.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after 6 a.m.
The weather? Really?
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview
snowed,
on
then it
the
snowed some
evening,
more,
early hours of
and
the
then it wasn't
29th,
snowing.
the snow was falling, just starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming at the car. Like it was very hard to see.
When you return the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes. Obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes.
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did, yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars? Do you remember ever any sirens?
See, that doesn't matter anymore.
Not that I recall, no.
Because it's proven she could have just went into the house.
Brother-in-law,
Doesn't
you
matter.
described how you went in the
It was
house
up to
and
her to
woke
wake them up, not the sirens.
They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to
I'm sure he's
John
gonna
on the
recross.
scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street.
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
It's not their fucking yard.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John, and as fast as I could.
You saw on the dash cam, you spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement.
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Move along to Mr. Red.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th,
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Okay. Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
Yes.
Did you ever once refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Did you ever once refuse to testify?
No.
It's because the
When you were
police were
speaking to the
working for
police on
her.
that dash cam, is to pick on the dash cam.
She was telling
Why
the cops
were you
what to
speaking
do.
to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them?
Objection.
The form.
Did you ever hold anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
Objection.
I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Red.
No, I didn't.
She's not.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
When you testified, are you testifying from what somebody wrote? They interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you testifying from your own memory?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I'm testifying from my own memory.
You called 911?
Yes.
And that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you, do you wear an Apple Watch?
I do have one, yes.
When you were speaking to 911 that morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Thank you, Barefoot.
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared, uncertain.
She did avoid
Do you
getting
Panicked.
the
Do you think your heartbeat was up?
She tried to.
Yes.
At 2:27, the night before or around that time when you were looking up Hockomock before you went to bed, were you of the same state of mind of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Objection.
Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that, though. You're of the same mind or different?
Different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold or how long to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was
Bullshit.
That was in the morning after we found him.
that? And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
Lies.
You were asked questions about the next day when you visited the O'Keefe home. And you read some records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do, yes.
You went with who?
With Carrie and our 2 daughters.
Do you remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe family?
I don't remember how many hours, say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been, I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spend so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to offer support, love, comfort, to be with them.
You weren't avoiding them, were you?
No.
Sustain.
After you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records, I don't know if this is your memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember going to Fairview?
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lank's.
When you went to Fairview, you asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls to your sister when you went by Fairview at that time?
I'll allow it.
I haven't, no.
You're lying.
And when you went by, you
You're
were
a piece
asked
of
about that.
shit.
In fact, you had been asked about that before, hadn't you? Whether
Yeah.
you stopped by.
Yes.
And Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement.
Yes,
Did you, when you were saying that's part of the statement, did you read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
And to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Boy, cunt.
Thank you.
You were shown page 181 and then 182?
Yes.
And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by Fairview?
Yes.
When you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions you were asked, or the records you were asked to read, it was 4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
No, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you want to go back to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think Carrie and I I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and we,
All right, so your answer is not really.
okay.
Next question.
And then according to the records that were read to you, you went to Detective Lang's house
Yes.
and you were at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes?
Yes.
You were read or shown certain text messages between you and some of your family.
Yes.
Was that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
I had a lot of text messages with them on my phone. Yes.
Were some missing from what you were shown?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you about some of those text messages in a minute.
Mhm.
You were asked about calls and text messages to John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Have you ever inadvertently called anybody before on your iPhone?
I'll allow it.
Yes, many times.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered or knew that those calls were made to Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
If you inadvertently called on purpose, it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
Did John ever answer any of your calls after that 1218 call?
No, he didn't.
And when you were reaching out to him, did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
I did, yes.
What?
No, next question, Mr. Bloom.
Why were you reaching out to him?
Because I was trying to get in touch with him because Miss Reed said he didn't come home.
You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
All right, this has to be really brief.
Jackson with the sidebars. Sidebars. Stop fucking lying. Bro, She must be exhausted. Good. Because you know Jax is gonna recross. So yeah, that's what I mean. Is like just the lying alone must be exhausting, much less having to do it for fucking 3 days. Yeah, I guess so. Because that makes up for the ad revenue I'm losing every time I play it. Which is fine. Like I don't give a shit about ad revenue. That's why I always do it. Hold on. There we
Why
go.
the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop your fucking lying. Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop your fucking lying.
Hell yeah. That's my shit, bro. That is my shit. This is supposed to be really brief, by the way. It's just not. It's not brief at all. My God. My God. It's a Petro. Look at that guy, bro. Bro, this guy is just the epitome of fucking, like, what is the word that I'm looking for? Like, look at him. Dude, he's just, look at him, dude. He's like, he's the only one fidgeting and shit and doing stuff, and just makes you fucking want to look, like, when you look at him, it just makes you want to just be like, dude, fuck this guy. Like, if you were a kid in class, knowing this guy's like a piece of shit, knowing that he fucking lies on people and shit, like, you throw fucking pieces of paper at him, dude. That's that's what you do, bro. This is the guy you throw pieces of paper. This guy right here, LV cops. This fucking dickhead, DePietro. There's my girlfriend Christina Rex right next to him. We're having a baby. Just kidding. Totally kidding. But yeah, this guy right here, DePietro. Nobody like, you see how Christina Rex is just like, God, thank God that guy just fucking walked away. Fuck. She hates that guy. Everyone hates that guy. No one likes that guy. That guy gets no fucking love or respect in the courtroom, in that press box. Dude, he can't even break 400 views on his YouTube channel. Like he did a YouTube live yesterday and he can't even get like 400 views on it. And he's wasting fucking space up here in the press box. And like when like a real reporter could be sitting up there. You know what I mean? Like somebody who actually fucking tells the truth could be sitting up there. Fucking loser. Fuck that guy.
All right, jurors, you're about to hear some evidence. And remember, I told you this morning that before you consider any electronic communication
Probably
in
smells
your
like Grant.
deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or sent, transmitted this communication was in fact the person alleged to have done so. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have transmitted, created these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And remember, what you're about to hear, you're not to use for the truth of the statement. It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the message. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. May I approach with a copy for the witness?
Yes. Thank you.
When law enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to them?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did.
I handed you a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making, correct?
Yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
I'm sorry, where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This
there.
would be the number. This would be the calling. This would
Okay.
be-
Okay, so it's John O'Keefe. Okay,
Stop smelling her hair, you weirdo.
thanks. Sorry.
He just Bidened her.
All right, number 17, phone call, please answer. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Do you know at that point where he is?
No.
459-49, number 18. Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
504-40, number 19. Please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Your hair smells really, really good. What is that? Papaya? Is that papaya?
Number 26, 515-41, 129. Okay, I'm trying to call people. I will be in touch soon. Do you know who you're calling?
Don't recognize the number.
What are you thinking at this point?
I'm trying to find people. I'm trying to call people so that I can try to find John.
Number 31, 522-57, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
I don't know whose number this is.
Okay.
Um,
At this point in the morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
no, I have no idea where he is.
Turn to number 48.
129:22 at 8:44. You're texting any update. What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
Number 48.
48. I believe that may be to Kerry Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Kerry Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes, instantly.
Was it for collusion?
Dude,
No.
her Coke
Let me
drip
ask you,
is the
number
most
160
annoying
is
sound in the
129 at 2
world.
in that afternoon. Do you have 160?
Her fucking deviated
Sorry.
septum
Okay.
is grossing me out.
Okay, I'm here.
160. Do you see that?
Mhm.
Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful. Who's that from?
Kerry.
Is your state of mind collusion?
No.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Don't ask it again, please, Mr. Chairman.
168. $129.22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
We have to approach.
Objections noted. Next question.
You need to approach on this particular text.
Come to sidebar. Oh, sidebar.
Okay, so they need to approach on this particular text, whichever one that is. This Dougal guy sucks, dude. This guy's a piece of shit. Is that my girlfriend over here? What's her name? Kara, some shit, right? D nice. No, not her.
Yeah, approach your
Yes.
I do have a girlfriend.
Yes, it is.
To Kerry.
Yes, it is.
My bad. That's my girlfriend right there, bro. Want to fight?
Oh! Ew! Dude! What the fuck?
I won't read that last text message again. However, it is correct that text message was from you to Miss Roberts, number 168.
Yes, it was.
And the response in this text message, number 169, from Miss Roberts to you, you were also, this is awful, Jen, I'm in shock.
Yes.
Number 170. And this one is from Miss Roberts to you, 129.22 at 2:05:45. I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do. Calm down.
Yes.
171 at 2:06:35 on 129.22 from you to Miss Roberts. I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to read one more. 172. And this is from Ms. Roberts to you at 2:13:41 on 129:22. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
For both of us?
Number 175.
What?
Again to Ms. Roberts, 2:14:15,
I'm not sorry
129:22.
about John's family.
Do you text, I talked to Peggy, I am devastated for them?
Yes.
Oh, there's that. Okay.
And did you follow up seconds later at 2:14:56 on 129:22? I am so sick to my stomach.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I know what happened here.
That
I'm
day, did you
pretty
have to
sure I know
speak
what
to your
happened
children
here.
about what happened?
I did. Yes.
Oh my
Was
God.
that part of your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
I'll allow that.
Oh, she got real
Number
mad there. You saw how mad
208.
she got?
Or 207. You receive a text from this number. I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it, 207. Do you know who that's from?
I don't.
Okay, we'll move to the next one then.
See, I think what's going on here is
208, 129:22, 342:06. I've never felt so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I think she got Carrie Roberts to lie, but I think that she convinced Carrie Roberts that Karen did it.
Number
But
210.
they may not be enough
433:40,
proof,
129:22.
but convinced her that lying was the right thing to get
You
John
text messaging
justice.
somebody?
Yes.
You know who
That's
that
what
is?
I think happened.
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay. And this text message, is this from you to somebody?
Yes.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut, like I am about.
I'll allow it. Sent by this witness, allegedly.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut, like I am about to puke. Besides seeing the awful image, trying to wrap my head around what happened to him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
She's basically like, we just need to ensure that John gets justice here. It's lying, but
213.
it's the right thing to do.
This is on
It's for a good
129:22
reason.
at 4:38:20.
That's what she did to Carrie Roberts, I think.
Do you know who was texting you?
Yes.
Who?
My friend.
Once things settle, you need to talk to someone and process the trauma. And then 214, you respond, 129:22, 440:38. I have been shaking since this a.m. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Yes.
Oh God.
And this is at 440:38 at 129:22.
Yes.
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement
Yes.
and the days that follow.
Yes.
I'm going to move to 129:22, 752. If you look at number 289, please.
Okay.
At 289, is this a text from your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
Any update? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you were shown this text at 292,
Yes.
and you texted your sister, Kerry talked to cops, kept it simple.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I mean, the cops had gone to her house, but she had had a long day and been drinking some wine. So she said she just made it quick.
And you were sharing that with your sister?
Yes.
And was your sister part of many of these texts as part of your support group?
Yes.
Your support group. Listen to
Did
that
anybody
shit.
tell
That's
you that you
rich.
shouldn't rely on your family and have a conversation about what you went through? Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, no one did.
And during that text time, the one I just read to you was at 7:54:38. She turned to 296. 129:22 at 7:56:50. Did your sister text you, okay, try get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes.
And did you text back at 7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure.
Yes.
And the next one, 298 at 7:57:07. Was your sister asking you for any updates?
Yes.
And at 7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
Yes.
And just a few minutes later, one at number 308, please, 129:22 at 8:01 p.m. Did your sister again write to you, okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later?
Yes.
You continued texting with her?
Yes.
You were asked about timeline?
Yes.
If you turn to number 761, please.
Seven 61.
761, please.
What page is that on?
248.
I'm missing page 248.
You don't have a 2-page 48?
No, it stops at 212 and picks up at 253.
Yes, yeah, Could you remind us who asked you to put together a timeline?
Peggy.
Peggy. Okay.
Yes.
2 days later, January 31st, 2022, and this is at 10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
I have spent the AM trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events. Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
Yeah, this bitch just manipulated everybody. She was crowd control. That's what Jen McCabe was.
At some point on the 31st, was something happening around
She
there
played
that you were, that you
defense
weren't?
for the
I believe there
McAlberts.
was police presence.
Was there
Anybody
any
who was close
presence
to
from the
John,
media, the press?
it was her
Oh,
job
yes, there was.
to
Was
convince
that
them that
causing
it was
any
Karen.
concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy and she was,
Assisting.
And so on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864.
Mhm.
You're receiving information. Do you know who this number is that's calling you?
that's my sister,
Which one?
Nicole.
And she's texting you, news people came by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now, Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes.
And then at 1 o'clock, 18 seconds on 1:32:22, you text back, did you answer the door?
Correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
Just a few more.
In trying to recount for people who asked you that morning and over the next couple days, some of what's reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
So we'll deal with that. Wait. Is there an objection?
There is.
We'll deal with that later.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There was an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them
Most
had their
likely.
motors running.
Like you see it
I'm
in the
not sure if
video,
they were all
bro.
running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly, you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview. Although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say
No.
there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled
so
up
they
kind of
didn't
right just on
respond
the,
to the
right
scene.
end, and most
Just
of the vehicles
somewhere
with the
near it.
lights on were to the left, so they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there
Wow.
were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from seeing the
Like
dash
she's
cam.
playing semantics. The jury has to see
Yes.
that she's
And
playing
Mulaney's
semantic
cruiser was on
games.
the other side of Terry Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well,
Yes,
all facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes,
Yeah.
side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes,
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about the stop at 34 Fairview on the way to Sergeant Lang's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom.
Yes,
And you admitted that you stopped, but actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the 2 law enforcement agents who are not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD. You suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped. And then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told. And as you know, I know they're no longer investigating. So I think I helped them well.
And you're obviously
Wow. You saw she
well
stuck that
aware
in there?
that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said, I'm going to stop and I'm going to seek some counsel. Yes.
Right. Because they found you suspicious. Why would you do that unless they found you suspicious?
The text messages.
And we're asking you questions you didn't like.
You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
Were any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the 4 of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them. Yes.
You read some text messages to and from Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message with your children. Didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group
That's
chat.
a good mom.
That private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes.
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
They're not one. Correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be. Again, it could have been Christelle, but Julie, I don't. One of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law,
Thank you.
and husband.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, that's all I have.
All right. Ms. McCabe, you are all set. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Wow.
Thank you.
Oh.
Get the fuck out!
I'd like to play a couple of clips here on.
Yeah, I'd ask you to just wait.
Oh, here we
10
go.
seconds.
Here we go with the hyperbole.
All
The
right, you can play them now.
hyperbole. Here comes the hyperbole.
May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
Don't forget, Jerry, that even though my witness sat up here and lied for 3 days on the stand, Karen Reed gave news interviews. Just don't forget, Jerry. Thank you.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the outlets. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the outlets when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John are hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman.
Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Come on with the hyperbole, bro. Knock it off.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
Oh my fucking God with this guy, bro.
Shut up! Oh my God, I don't care!
I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in
A
those
black
elements.
blob,
And I was
maybe?
hoping to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him, and the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
Is it finally? Yeah.
We need to see the court before this one's played.
All right, hold that, please.
Hyperbole. All right, so who the fuck are they going to call next? Like, who are they going to call next? I'm wondering if it's going to be, I mean, it won't be fucking law enforcement. They're trying to avoid testimony from law enforcement as much as possible. Next person, probably Matt McCabe. Or either Matt McCabe or Julie Nagel. That's what I'm guessing. What's up, baby boy? Hi. We're almost done, buddy. Or Allie. Yeah.
You're calling Miss Hannah Knowles to the stand.
Who? Right. Yeah, that's a great point. Plot twist pending. They're not hitting the way he thinks because he's not adding any context to them. He's trying to come off like, oh, well, they speak for themselves, but they don't. It looks like he's just trying to like make a presentation.
witness. Just one more step. Remain standing, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give
Who the
to
fuck is
court
this
and the
now?
jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh my God, fucking
Good afternoon,
Lally.
ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Certainly. My name is Hannah Knowles. My last name is spelled Knowles.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And prior to working at the lab, where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Simmons University in Boston and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
And how long have you worked at the State Police Lab?
Since October of 2006.
And in what capacity do you work there now?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 4 in the Toxicology Unit.
Now, when you joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
Pointless,
Was initially hired as a Chemist 1 in the Drug Identification or Narcotics Unit. After about a year in that.
So all this is fucking gonna be, dude, was Karen Reed drunk in your opinion? Yeah. Nobody gives a fuck about that anymore.
August of 2007, and have been in the Toxicology Unit ever since.
And Ms. Knowles, briefly, if you could describe sort of what is the difference between a Chemist 1 and a Chemist 2?
At the time, the job series for folks that worked at the crime lab was the Chemist series. A Chemist 1 was an entry level or trainee type position where the individual was responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework.
Whatever, lady. Like, you're the person when you're invited to a fucking cookout, bro, you bring tofu and ask them to throw it on the grill for you. Like, and then you're like, do you mind cleaning the grill real quick so that none of the juices from the other meats actually touch my tofu, please? Do you mind so much? Would that be okay? I hate to be a pain. Do you mind so much?
It was somebody who oversaw the day-to-day operations and the work of forensic scientists 1 and 2, or chemists 1 and 2.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities at the State Police Lab?
In 2014, those chemist classifications, 4 and 5, is the series. Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 4, and so my role is overseeing training and validation for the toxicology unit.
Is there a continuing educational component to your work at the lab?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
As part of our accreditation, analysts are required to participate in continuing education at least once per year as they continue to work in their role. Continuing education can consist of participating in workshops or webinars, attending conferences or meetings, or documenting.
You don't have any gluten-free buns by any chance, do you? Whole Foods was out.
Testing.
Proficiency testing is something that we utilize in the laboratory to assess processes and competencies of an individual, as well as the processes
I have a gluten allergy.
that are in place for a particular unit or department or scope of testing. Proficiency testing is also an accreditation requirement. Individuals are required by our internal processes to participate in proficiency testing at least once per year as sort of an ongoing assessment. And what a proficiency test is materials that are purchased by the laboratory from a third-party vendor. Those materials are analyzed as if they were casework, but there are expected results or known results for those samples. Once the laboratory processes those samples, just like their casework, we submit the results to the external vendor that we purchased the materials from, The results are compared to the expected results, and we have.
I really want to shake your hand, but I really need you to respect my social distancing. Thank you.
Now, over the course of your years at the lab, have you undergone proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed each of those respective proficiency tests that you've taken?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, is the State Police Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is currently accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And what does that accreditation process consist of?
The accreditation process consists of on-site assessments as well as remote or virtual assessments to evaluate our policies and procedures, our personnel, our management, as well as our facilities to ensure that we are meeting established accreditation standards. The standards that we're currently accredited to is an international standard.
Oh my God. Did you know that when you boil lobsters, they scream sadist?
There are folks that come from that organization, ANAB, that come to evaluate all of those different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out in their requirements.
And the State Police Lab, in particular, the toxicology unit within that lab, is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
Now, just in general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic science?
Forensic science generally is the application of science to questions of law.
And just again, in sort of general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is toxicology?
Toxicology generally is the study of chemicals and other substances and how they impact a living organism or a person.
Now, asking a little more specifically, what is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is generally looking at drugs and alcohol in the human body and how it affects the individual and applying chemistry and other disciplines to measure the concentration or determine the presence or absence of relevant substances.
Are there different types of alcohol?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And what are those types?
Grain.
Generally, alcohols are a family or a group of drugs or chemicals that have a specific functional group or a specific structure. The types of alcohols that are analyzed in the laboratory that I work include methanol, ethanol, and isopropanol.
And what are the differences between those different types?
They all have similar but slightly different structures. Methanol is a solvent. Sometimes it's called wood grain alcohol. Isopropanol is rubbing alcohol or 2-propanol, and that is typically used as a disinfectant. And ethanol is the type of alcohol that we typically are referring to when we talk about alcoholic beverages. It's what's present in those types of liquids.
Now, Ms. Knowles, through your training and experience, are you familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that term to the jury?
Sure. A central nervous system depressant is a drug or a substance that works to slow down the reactions of nerves in your body. It makes nerve cells slower or less likely to respond to stimulus.
Now, is alcohol a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, it is.
And how would that central nervous system depressant affect the human body?
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present in the body. Effects range, depending on that concentration, from slowing reaction time, reducing heart rate or respiration rate in an individual. That slower respiration rate can also result in drowsiness or unconsciousness. Slower reaction time and more limited muscle control can also result in outward appearances like a staggering gait or slurred speech. It can impair balance and motor coordination. Because nerves are responding more slowly, alcohol can also, or ethanol specifically, can impact your brain's ability to form new memories. It can impact your body's ability to perceive and apply critical thinking. Again, all of those effects that I just described, they can be present depending on the concentration and the individual and how they're responding to that particular concentration of ethanol at any particular time.
Now, how was work assigned within the state police lab, specifically within the toxicology unit?
Generally, supervisors will come up with a monthly schedule or rotation where the different types of work in the unit are divided amongst authorized analysts. And then casework is assigned according to that rotation. If an individual has previously been assigned work for that case or has previously issued a report for that case, then sometimes we go off rotation and assign a case according to that previous involvement or previous report that was issued for the case.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-06576 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to prepare a serum conversion report and a retrograde extrapolation report relative to this case.
Now, how many serum conversions have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I've prepared over 100 serum conversion reports since I was authorized in 2008.
And how many retrograde analyses have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Now, starting with a serum conversion, can you please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
Certainly. A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a or a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be. When we're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations, serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be.
What the fuck are you
based
talking
on
about?
testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what materials or documents did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with a request.
May I approach and retrieve what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you a
Okay, smart ass.
document.
Let's see what this mystery's all
Recognize that
about.
document? May I approach again, Your Honor?
Trace the
Yes.
signal.
Yes, sure.
Turning your attention to a previously tabbed portion of those records. 52nd page of those records. Do you recognize that?
Yes, the flagged page is consistent with the portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Miss Karen Reed from the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
And in those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
Now, that recording and a measurement of milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you see ethanol measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Joe.
Yes.
Now,
Too
please
much
explain
too
the
foo
jury
at
how
lunch,
you're able to
lady.
convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
So,
oh my goodness.
The way that the calculation is performed is kind of in two steps. So
Stop
the results are listed in milligrams per deciliter, which is common in clinical testing. And to convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams per cent. And then to perform the serum conversion, or to get this serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we applied two conversion factors, a low and a high conversion factor, to account for the range that we see in the typical population. I'd mentioned earlier that serum is usually between 13 to 19% higher, so we divide that.
Dude, this channel, my channel is so lowbrow, dude. This lady's probably saying some like really fascinating shit to intelligent people, and we're just out here fucking like laughing at fart jokes.
Factors that you just mentioned, where do those come from?
The conversion factors come from literature where they've performed experiments similar to how I described. They have individuals that have ingested ethanol. They collect samples from them and test their whole blood and test their serum alcohol concentrations, and then compare them and see what the ratio is between them. The current ratios that are used by the laboratory, the 13 and 19%, those are also consistent with consensus body documents, or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
Now, that 13 and 19%, how long have those conversion factors been in place?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024, and so we adjusted the serum conversion factors that had previously been in use.
Bro. Like, let's just fucking keep it real, bro. Like, let the fucking people who want to pretend like they give a fuck about this shit go to the channels that pretend like they give a shit about it. Those people just go over there and pretend together like they actually give a fuck about what this lady's saying. At least we're honest.
Converting the ethanol to blood alcohol concentration.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Nobody gives a fuck what this lady's talking about.
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable.
Like, let's get real, bro. Like, you think there's a bunch of fucking eggheads in fucking Emily Baker's chat right now going, oh, that's very fascinating. No, they're saying that shit, but the truth is they're sitting there fucking playing Candy Crush. Oh, because they fucking want to look smart. Oh, this is very fascinating. Oh, blood alcohol, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we know. She was drunk. Got it. I don't need to know all the fucking ins and outs and shit. You know what I mean? Like, she drank alcohol. She got drunk. Got it.
Like a high and a low to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would fall somewhere in between that low and that high value.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for this defendant's blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams percent.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now,
Yeah,
turning your
'cause,
attention
like, yeah.
to retrograde.
Because, yeah, every true crime aficionado that you've ever talked to is really into fucking the chemistry of balancing blood alcohol from this to that and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, they don't give a fuck. They want to know who's fucking who. That's what they care about. They want to act like they give a fuck about this so they seem smart, but they don't. They want to know who's fucking who. That's all they care about. Who's sucking who off.
Been collected. What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to the range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion, we know that the rate of elimination in alcohol in humans varies from person to person. And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour. And so we take when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with a retrograde, we take the smaller of the serum conversion range and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval. We use a smaller time interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact that we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration if there was some unabsorbed alcohol.
Oh my God, shut up. Let me see you split an atom, Madam Curie. Shut up.
The drinking history or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate. So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations, all to be considered when we're performing the calculation.
Now, what categories of information do you need in order to perform a retrograde analysis?
We need to know what
whatever.
the blood
Let me
alcohol
see you build a
concentration
paper mache
was at
fucking
the
volcano
time,
with
that
baking
sample was
powder,
collected.
food coloring, and
We
vinegar.
need to know
Let me
the
see you
time
do
the
that
sample was
shit.
collected,
Then I'll
and
be
we need to
impressed.
know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window.
Let me see you make a blue
because
fire.
we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body is reaching maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.03 or higher in order to be able to apply that math.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol, their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration. And then after that maximum is reached, for most folks, that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking. And then the body breaks the alcohol down over time in a very predictable, linear fashion.
Bro, that's why you eat pizza, so the crust soaks up the booze, lady. Everyone knows that.
The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine. Some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath. But the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
So alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then the alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's the metabolism phase and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I'd mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and your body is no longer absorbing. It's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
So because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so
you got it,
our results for this calculation are always expressed
here we go.
in a range.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare you?
The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour.
And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest concentration that could be reasonably expected based on the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes, I did.
And what time was utilized in your analysis as the time of vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
And why is time of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
Today,
and what
Junior?
was the resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
that based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter value that was obtained.
What if she was just like, oh my God, I can't do this anymore. Oh my God. I gotta go. I gotta go take a shit. Oh my God, it's too late.
Between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
That would be so awesome, though. That would just be so great, man. Just once in my life, dude. Like, if I cover enough trials, will I ever cover a trial where somebody actually shits themselves on the stand? Like, just straight up, man. Like, just. Or somebody's just sitting there so fucking nervous who has fucking real bad IBS, dude. And then they're just fucking like, could you repeat the question? Please. Like, what if that happened, dude? Like, can I have that once in my life, dude? One time. Like, I feel like I cover enough trials, man. Like, I sit here for hours and hours and hours. I don't think it's a lot to ask the universe to give me that. Just one fucking witness who just ends up fucking with mad IBS. And it's just like, I can't answer the question. You keep asking the same question over and over. I just would love to see that just once, bro. Somebody break down and lose their shit. Literally.
Yes.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its procedures?
Yes.
And an external review means that experts from outside your lab come into your lab to review your work, right?
Yes, the review includes the procedures and the operating protocols, and there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab?
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following established and proper protocols, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a forensic scientist 4, is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with accreditation standards?
Yes.
And you take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
Yes, it's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks at the lab working together.
You make sure, or you do your best to make sure that the lab is in compliance because you don't want to lose that accreditation status, correct?
Correct. It's important to ensure confidence in our results, to maintain the quality and maintain the accreditation.
Okay. In contrast to the accreditation standards for a forensic lab like yours, the standards for a hospital.
Don't be fooled. She's not crying because she's on the stand. She's crying for the Dolphins. Crying for the Dolphins because of the tuna and the nets. Doggy's Noggin, thank you so much. This lady is boring. So how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Blood for its use in diagnosing medical illnesses and for medical purposes, correct?
That's consistent with my understanding, yes.
Sure, and it's not for meeting court admissibility standards like your lab, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your lab follows strict procedures that an expert.
She's not even like listening. She's thinking about Steve Irwin and she's trying to make herself cry.
Correct?
Yes.
As you testify here today, you have no information that the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital is an accredited lab, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, Good Samaritan Hospital is an external party in terms of its relationship to your lab, right?
Yes, and for that reason, the type of calculations that we performed based on medical records from Good Samaritan are outside of the scope of accreditation in the crime laboratory system.
Right. It has no relationship to your crime lab, the Good Samaritan lab, right?
Correct. The same policies and procedures are applied when our laboratory analyzes serum, or if we needed to do a retrograde extrapolation on testing that was performed internally that's covered by the scope of accreditation. But as you're mentioning, the testing was not performed in my laboratory. I don't have any direct knowledge or understanding of their QC procedures, of their accreditation requirements, or their testing procedures at all.
You anticipated my next question. So basically, you cannot personally vouch for the ethanol testing that was performed at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's accurate. The reliability
So what the
of
fuck
the results that my
did Lally call
calculations,
you up there for?
were based on. My calculations are only as good as the numbers that I was provided. And like I said, the same math that I did here, I would do to my own internal standard or my own internal testing, anything that I performed testing on in the lab myself.
Right. So basically, you got the same,
The
you got
results
the equivalent
that I
of a
started
fucking
from,
swab
I don't have any direct knowledge
instead
on
of the
their
actual shirt.
accuracy or reliability.
Right, Ms.
Except
Giannetti,
the alcohol
we can
version.
bring Ms. Knowles back on Monday if you want. I don't want to cut you short. That was the time frame we were looking
And
at.
I'm perfectly fine with that.
She didn't
Your Honor.
analyze
Thank you.
anything. She just analyzed numbers that
Mr.
were
Lally,
sent
you're
to her.
done? Okay. Ms. Knowles, thank you very much. You're all set. You can step down. Ms. Giannetti, I think everybody appreciates it. So- All right, jurors, that's it for us for this week. I'll have to give you those cautions in a minute. I can tell you that it looks like next week we're full days every day. We don't expect as long a gap in between as we've had to do. So I think everybody should work really hard to make sure that doesn't happen. The cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use, and we'll see you on Monday. Have a good week. And I will see counsel at sidebar.
Counsel at sidebar. All right, we'll stick around and see what that's all about for a couple minutes. I don't know what's going on, but let's see. God, man. Dude, what a contrast to like interest. I mean, I wonder if that was prosecution strategy, was just to like bore the fuck out of the jury after that shit with Jen McCabe. 3 days of Jen McCabe testimony. 3 days of lies. 3 days of lies. So far, we learned that Jen McCabe was interviewed by the feds, tried to avoid the interview with the feds, called people to find out what they knew about the feds, and then lawyered up in the middle of the Fed interview. Or, said she wanted to lawyer up before she spoke any further. Then we also find out that via texts, before they even arrested Karen, they were talking about her taking pleas. Simple text. If she takes a plea, then it's over. And then if she fights it, then, I mean, wow. But the most important thing, and I think that was really, really brilliant on Alan Jackson's part, he just let her, I think that he was frustrated with her. And maybe that was part of the show, but was really frustrated with her on Wednesday. And then this like I said, all of that seemed to be prelude to what happened today. All that build up to show the jury that she is stonewalling, that she's avoiding answering questions directly, that she's dancing around.
Watchers. You know what?
Yeah, I think that's it. That she's dancing around all this shit instead of just answering questions straight, right? So the jury is I feel like Alan Jackson got the jury to feel resentful towards her for that. Like, just drove that home as much as he could. Just pounded it into the jury's heads as much as he can that she is going to avoid questions. She's going to not answer anything directly. She's dancing around the truth. Instead of answering things directly, she's dancing around the truth. She's hiding something. And then bring up the 911 call. Bring up the Nicole Albert calls. Bring up the fact that you didn't run into the house. But then, after all the first responders left, you run into the house. Why didn't you wake up Brian Albert, a first responder? You were so concerned about your friend who was dying on the lawn, who you failed to identify by name, who you failed to identify as your friend, and you failed to identify as a police officer. I mean, so he did a great job of painting the Jen McCabe portrait for the jury, the true Jen McCabe portrait that allows you to see into her soul. That is what Alan Jackson pulled off today, and brilliantly, as a matter of fact, fucking brilliantly. So yeah, Alan Jackson is just dope. Now, man, this is a fun live, man. Honestly, it was really fun because we got to like just talk about some just like real shit, man. It was really fun to hang out with you guys. But I am gonna wrap this up. I'm done for the day. I think I'm just gonna fold laundry to keep myself from falling asleep before my stream at 6 o'clock with Justice Serve TV. And here, let me I'm gonna go ahead and share this out. So stop what you're doing right now. Click on the reminder. Click on that link that I just dropped in chat. Click on the reminder. Click on the like. And at 6 o'clock, 2 hours from now, 2 hours and 13 minutes from now, I will be on Justice Serve TV with Michael and Linda, and I'm really excited about it. I can't wait to hang out with them and talk to them. I think this is going to be fun, especially after the day we just had. So I'm really excited. So please, guys, make sure to do that. Make sure to subscribe to them. Make sure to subscribe to me if you have not already. It really helps me out. It really means the world to me if you do. And don't forget to hit the like. That also really helps me out, means the world to me. And thank you guys so much. I hope you guys who are new subscribers are enjoying the channel. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day. And thank you guys for all of the support. You guys have been incredibly generous and kind, and it means the world to me. Thank you guys for your lunch contributions and your next Boston trip contributions. Those are very, very helpful. Thank you so much. But yeah, 6 o'clock, Justice Serve TV. I will see you guys there. I love you guys very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.